What's up, young blood? A lot of things. All the things in the title. For one, we're gonna start with a video. Lazy content. So that people can join in. And then we'll see from there. A couple of other topics have come up. This should be a very busy stream. Ideally. You won't be bored. You will not find boredom. I should promote. Hold on. Let me just put the thing that I want to show on screen. I was planning to do this last stream, but it seems like... Hold on. Wrong thing. Oh, there we go. I found the first video of the night. I'm gonna put it on screen. Then we can begin. Oh. Never mind, I have to put it. Boom. So lady's gonna explain it all to us. She's gonna explain Russia to all of you Westerners that don't get it. Okay, now I wanna relax and promote. Whoa! Jack, don't do it! $1! I'm sorry to say, there's not a burger in the world that you can buy for $1, I think. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna check. What is this? Just for you, I'm gonna check. McDonald's. How much a cheeseburger costs. Well, I'm sorry. A cheeseburger costs more than $1. I know, but... Yeah, it's over $1. Sorry. Let me see. Yeah, sorry. So, if you want me to get a burger, you have to try harder. You have to add more. You have to donate more. Oh, that's still more than what you've given me. Where's the price? Hold on. We got a little bit distracted, but give it back then. Give back what? There you go. Jesus, that's not it. Oh my god. And that's the cheapest one. The cheapest thing in McDonald's costs... No, hamburger. That's it, hamburger. $6.90, okay? So... let's actually see. $1.91. $1.91. Je suis ici. Hello. Contract. Hello. I'm not sure if I've seen you here before. Cześć. Hello. Mostly software. That's the cheapest thing that you can get. A hamburger. In McDonald's. There's nothing cheaper you can get. You cannot go lower. Okay? You cannot go lower. Fixing today? Okay, let's just go to the video. You've distracted us. You've distracted me. And I had such a brilliant stream plan for all of you. I'm gonna explain Russia to you. Why it's such a menace. Because all of you Westerners just don't get it. So I'm here to educate you. Well, I'm not here to educate you. The lady in the video is to educate you. And I'm gonna comment on the video. I'm gonna do a lazy commentary reaction. Because that's what it's all about. That is what life is all about. Lazy commentary and reaction content. Also, this is the beginning of the stream. So, as you can hear, Fido is sort of... I'm gonna have to do a whole, how do you say, dedicated time before we get to more intense topics for the so-called Fido cooldown. So, see, I got the less intense content at the beginning so that I can do Fido cooldown. And once Fido cools down, I can get into the more involved things. I've got it all figured out. I'm a brilliant mind. I'm a very smart person. Westerners, exactly. Exactly. You got it right. You understand. Wait, hold on. It seems like Fido has cooled down on his own. Fido is a bit calmer. Also, before we even begin, before I even go to the video, okay, there's a page that you can go to. Okay? The most beautiful page, my favorite page ever. I have a White Forest page. And you can go here to support me and my work in Ukraine, which I'm sure you know that I do. And if you don't, then I'm informing you that I do it. Well done. Okay, let's go. Let's start. Well done. Is anybody watching on Twitch? What am I doing here? Oh, I forgot. God, I'm so all over the place. I'm so all over. I forgot I was supposed to promote. It all started with me trying to promote before starting a topic, and then I got distracted by Jack Don't Do It with the whole hamburger fund. You can get a pack of ramen noodles. Yeah, but that's not a... You didn't send me an icon of packed noodles. You sent me an icon of a hamburger, and so you've set my expectations to hamburger. Thank you for the $10, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Money for Lucy. Thank you very much. See, now that will get me a hamburger. Okay, this will get me a hamburger. Hold on, I have to promote. We have to promote. We have no choice. We live in a capitalist society, and I've been thinking very intensely about this. Where are all my lovelies at? My regulars? Gigglers. I am live. Alright. Don't do it, Jack. It's not worth it. There are people in your life who care about you. What? I have no clue what just happened in the YouTube chat. Okay, let's start. Because even my dog is tired of my shenanigans. Okay, Russia. Thank goodness this video is in English. I don't have to translate it, as I said before. I think I've explained it last stream, but without further ado, no. No, you would not. What? No, you would not. You would absolutely not. Okay.
Down from generation to generation.
Okay. Imagine living with a fear passed down from generation to generation. An unspoken dread. That dread has a name. That dread is called Russia. Or rather, the Russian world. Okay? This is a fear. This is a dread that we fear here. We've all suffered from Russia in one way or the other at some point in history. Recent and more, it's a fact. The fact of the, well, I'm not gonna say of the world. I'm just gonna say that it's a fact of the region. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take my hormones now, because none of you have reminded me. None of you have reminded me that I have to take my hormones. Nobody here remembered to remind me. Where are all the dedicated fans? Sometimes I wonder how the world would look like with democratic and fairly normal Russia. It would be certainly a different world than the one we have today.
Imagine living with a fear passed down from generation to generation, an unspoken dread that one day the empire next door might return to crush your life. This is not paranoia, it's history. Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania don't fear what Russia might do. They fear what Russia has already done.
Yeah, and of course, I don't think we have to mention that Ukraine is definitely on that list as well, right? I don't think it's, I think currently Ukraine is number one, like above the list, like alpha on the list. Hearing what Russia is doing now. Okay? Not what Russia will do, not what Russia has done, but what Russia is doing currently. I blame Tsar Nicholas II, Lenin and Stalin, and whoever led Russia in between the Russian Empire and the USSR. Yeah, so that's a pretty broad thing, but, unfortunate.
Over and over again. In these countries, the image of Russian soldiers marching through your streets isn't just a scene from the history books. It's a family memory.
Yeah, that's true. The Red Army has, I believe that, let's Google. Okay, when did the last Russian soldiers leave Poland? Kiedy ostatni rosyjscy żołnierze opuścili Polskę? Okay, so the last Russian soldiers have left Poland in 1993, right? That was pretty late. Like Poland left the so-called Soviet sphere in 1989 when the regime in Poland fell and a new democratic elections were held. And quite a few years later, in 1993, last Soviet, or rather Russian soldiers have left Poland. So as you can see, that really is a family memory. Russian soldiers on our streets.
A scar passed down like an heirloom, and a quiet, ever present fear that the empire is not gone, just waiting to come back.
And of course, there's a reason why Poland, at the beginning of the 90s, right away rushed to get to the European Union, to get to NATO, to build some sort of security guarantees. Yes, we all like the word security guarantees. We all like to remember how they were thrown around recently, how Trump has dismissed, but it's a pretty significant word. It's a pretty significant phrase, security guarantees. And yeah, there's definitely a reason why all the countries in the region were in such a hurry to join any sort of alliance that would secure some form of guarantee that Russia will not be able to just rebuild and try to get its territory back, quote unquote. After all, as Putin has said, any territory in which Russian soldiers have stood becomes Russian.
My name is Elvira Barry. I'm a writer born in the USSR. On this channel, we don't just talk about politics. We uncover the emotional and historical roots of how Russia sees the world.
Hello, Inkub.
And how the world sees Russia. Today, we are diving into one of the most tense and deeply layered relationships in Europe, Russia and its northwestern neighbors, Poland and the Baltic states.
The duel of two grand duchies. And of course, there's the topic of how Russia sees Poland as inferior, but it's also even more weirdly sees it as its eternal nemesis. Everything that's wrong in the region, Russia sees as the fault of Poland. Ukraine, well, of course, it's the fault of Poland. Poland basically created Ukraine by, at least according to Vladimir Putin's infamous interview with Tucker Carlson. Like, there were those nice Russians. In fact, Lithuanians were basically Russians, even though Lithuanians are not even Slavic people, but no, who cares? Lithuanians were basically Russians, Ukrainians were basically Russians, and then those evil Polish people came in and tainted them. They have spread their taint, and so Lithuanians became Lithuanians, and Ukrainians became Ukrainians. That's, did I miss a lot of the video? No, the video has just started. We're in 1 minute 17 seconds, so you have not missed much at all. A minute then of the Baltic Slav. The Baltic people are not Slavs. There's no Baltics that like. The Balts are not Slavs. Hold on. Like you're I think you're mistaking Baltic countries with the Balts. We're gonna ask Google. Are Lithuanians Slav? AI. AI response. We're not gonna go with There you go. Okay, we're gonna do this. Is Lithuania Slavic? A brief history lesson. I mean, I don't know if the Baltics. Oh, I have to ask. I have to see. I'm pretty sure. English grammar. Okay, it's Lithuania Slavic, where you hear Slav. Russia and the other countries that make up the Slavic region immediately come to mind. But what about Lithuania? The truth is that many people assume that Lithuania as a country must be Slavic in nature. But this isn't true. Lithuania, located in northeastern Europe, is often considered a Slavic country. However, there is a debate over whether Lithuania is truly Slavic, and it is Slavic and Baltic influences. While Lithuania does have a significant Slavic population, its history and culture are also deeply rooted in the Baltic region. Ultimately, whether or not Lithuania is considered Slavic is a matter of perspective. What exactly makes a country Slavic, and how does Lithuania fall into this picture? Their approach is methodologically controversial and focuses on special and cultural history. To understand all of this, it helps to learn more about Lithuanian history and culture, as well as the history of other Slavic countries, both past and present. Which, since, I am a history channel, technically speaking, or, well, you know what? Not technically speaking, I'm just a history streamer. It is my pleasure to walk you through this. Lucy is Polish and Lucy is superior to everyone. I mean, that's not true. I'm not superior to everyone. Tucker Carlson, I remember him being extremely impressed by shopping carts in Russia or whatever it was. Yes, he was. And bread wrapped up in plastic. Yeah. Although commonly referred to as a Baltic country, modern-day Lithuania is a remnant of ancient Kievan Rus. Although commonly referred to as a Baltic country, modern-day Lithuania is a remnant of ancient Kievan Rus, once located on both sides of modern-day Russia and Ukraine. For many centuries, Lithuanians thought under Russian rule until they could push out their Russian overlords in 1918. It's believed that Russians migrated into what is now Russia, hence why it is a predominantly Slavic state, after the Lithuanians pushed out their former rulers. The first recorded mention of the name Lithuania dates back to the 12th century, when the Teutonic Knights conquered the area from the pagan Prussians in 1387, which were also Baltics. Okay? The Prussians, not the non-German Prussians, were actually Baltic, and they were basically killed by the Teutonic Knights. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania was established by Jagiełło, who ruled for nearly 50 years. After his death, Lithuania fell under Polish... Okay, that is a very bad page. I can see here that... My goodness. What is this page? Okay, I should look for a better page, because I can... Instead of focusing on the topic, I'd be just nitpicking what is being written here. Lithuania. But yes, the answer remains the same about the Slavic nature of the Lithuanians. I hate it when history pages disappoint me. Hold on. Okay, there you go. The Duel of Two Grand Duchies. I'm hoping this video won't disappoint me as well.
To understand why the relationship between Russia, Poland, and the Baltic states is so fraught, we have to go back to a time before Russia even existed in its modern form, back when the lands that would become Russia were still fighting to define themselves.
Excellent. There it is.
Because once upon a time, there was not one dominant Slavic empire. There were two. The Grand Duchy of Moscow, which would eventually become Russia, and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which at its peak in the 15th century stretched from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea.
Yeah, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was pretty big. And believe it or not, its main language was not Lithuanian. That is an interesting thing that people don't understand. Since nation states were not a thing back then, since national identity was not a thing back then, language was also not an instrument of spreading national identity. It was not tied to any form of... it was not, I speak this language, therefore it is a component of my identity. Does that make sense? And therefore, in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Ruthenian, for the longest time, was the primary language of law and everything else. The main dominant language of the land.
Encompassing much of what we now call Belarus, Ukraine, and even parts of Western Russia. At its height, it was the largest state in Europe. It wasn't some sleepy Baltic outpost. It was a powerhouse, multicultural, multilingual, and deeply sophisticated. While Moscow was still clawing its way out of Mongol rule,
of course, it's more complicated than that. It was not as deeply sophisticated as people might think. There were... it's a simplification. I'm not going to get into it right now, but it is true that the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was pretty big and strong.
Lithuania had already adopted legal codes, built
and yes, Lithuania should not be destroyed, no.
Stone castles, and established one of the most tolerant political systems in medieval Europe. What turned these two powers into...
Well, not exactly, because... it depends on which period of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania we're talking about, considering the fact that there was a lot of murder and enslavement by the Grand Duchy of Lithuania since... it was pagan, and there was a lot of... Okay, I'm not getting into it.
Wasn't just land or ambition. It was religion. Lithuania's elite was Catholic. Moscow's was Orthodox Christian. And in the medieval...
See, this video is a little bit all over the place, because I just cannot place what part of history, which period of history is this person talking about for the Grand Duchy of Lithuania? Before it was christened, after... Well, now I can see that it's after, but at that time, at that point, I'm pretty sure the Grand Duchy of Lithuania already had relations with Poland, with the Kingdom of Poland. Not as big and strong as Lucy. Lucy, if Peter Parker had a brother, what should his name be? Thank you for throwing me off the whole thing, Fake Alec Parker. You seem to be good at it when it comes to streamers. It should be... Hello, Lettuce. Is Lithuania important? Very important. Lithuania is very important. It should be Jack. Thank you.
World, your faith wasn't just personal, it was political. For 1,000 years, the center of Orthodox Christianity had been Byzantium, modern-day Turkey. But in the 15th century, it fell to the Ottomans and never recovered. That's when Moscow stepped in. Its rulers claimed to be the heirs of Byzantium, the third Rome, the last sacred defender of the true faith. I have a separate video that provides more details. So here's where it gets complicated. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania had the land, the wealth, and the culture. It even controlled Kiev, the cradle of ancient Rus. But most of its common people weren't Catholic. They were
Also, it was not ancient, okay? Oh my god, I feel like I'm such a nitpicker. It was not ancient Rus because it was all in the century after the birth of Christ, quote unquote. So it was not ancient, okay? Ancient Rus. Come on. Oh my god, I hate this. I hate being so nitpicky, but I also hate inaccuracies like this. Also, it's a very big simplification to say that the Grand Duchy of Lithuania had it all, had the culture, had the land, had everything. It was far more complicated than that. Okay? Old Rush would be far more accurate, yeah.
Orthodox. And while Lithuania's nobility sought alliances with powerful Catholic kingdoms, they neglected the spiritual identity of their own population. That was a costly mistake. This was the era of brutal religious wars.
What? What does that mean, spiritual?
Your church defined your identity, your politics, your loyalties, and in a world without the concept of modern citizenship, religion was belonging. When rulers failed to protect your faith, you started to look elsewhere for someone who would. That gave Moscow a powerful trump card. It cast itself as the righteous protector of all Orthodox Christians, including those living under Lithuanian rule, which means the Russian Tsars felt that it was their sacred duty to save the suffering Orthodox Christians from the unholy Catholic rulers. The result was a spiritual tug of war that made political conflict.
It was far more complicated. No. There was far more complicated than just that. Ugh. This is such a simplification.
Between the two grand duchies, all but inevitable. But how did a
Also, I'm
medieval
pretty
rival
sure that the Duchy of Moscow was not even called the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Like, was it? Well, maybe I'm wrong. No, it was. She was. Okay, fair enough.
rivalry between two grand duchies spiral into centuries of conflict and shape the fears of nations today?
The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Okay, now we're just skipping steps, okay? We are super skipping steps because before the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, there was an alliance between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy Lithuania with a joint king that was before the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, okay? Relations became, like, started earlier. I hope this will be covered here because
The Lithuanian elite eventually forged an alliance with the Kingdom of Poland,
yeah,
forming
because the Grand Duchy of Lithuania that had the culture, the land, and everything needed alliances with its fight against its enemies. Okay, no! The alliance happened earlier, okay? Let's look, okay? I'm gonna shout out a great book right now, okay? Oxford History of the Union, okay? Here you go. This lady just said that eventually the Lithuanian elite has formed an alliance with the Kingdom of Poland, forming the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in 1569. Now, read the title of this book. The Oxford History of Poland-Lithuania, Volume 1, The Making of the Polish-Lithuanian Union, 1385, 1569, okay? 1569 was a culmination of events that started in 1385. Apologies. 69, nice, yes. Okay, so let's look at this date, okay? Because I hate historical inaccuracy more than anything, okay? Polish-Lithuanian Union, 1385. The Polish-Lithuanian Union was a relationship created by a series of acts and alliances between the Crown of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania that lasted for prolonged periods of time from 1385 and led to the creation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth of the Republic or the Republic of the Two Nations in 1569. And a little bit of a caveat, the word nation back then meant something completely different than it means now. Okay? Before anyone smartly says, before any smartass says, hey, you said that nation and nation state and nation identity were not a thing back then. The term nation meant something completely different then than now. In 1569, which ended in 1795 with the Third Partition. Okay? 1385, Union of Krevo, a personal union that brought the Grand Duke of Lithuania, Jogaila, to the Polish throne as a result of his marriage to Jadwiga of Poland in February 1386. So, as we can clearly see, okay, the union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was not in fact forged in 1569. It was in fact forged in 1385. Okay? Okay. I hope this is clear. Look at this. Look at this guy. There you go. Thank you. So this
eventually forged an alliance.
So this is completely incorrect. I hate it when instead of what the video is supposed to give us, I have to spend a ton of time explaining why the video is completely incorrect on basic historical facts. I hate it when that happens.
With the Kingdom of Poland, forming the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in 1569, one of the largest and most unique political unions in European history. It united Poland and Lithuania under a joint monarchy while preserving much of their autonomy, legal systems, and cultural traditions. In essence, it was a republic of nobles, a place where the king was elected. Powerful families held real political rights, and policy was shaped by debate, not decrees. But let's not romanticize it too quickly. Like all northeastern European states, the Commonwealth faced harsh realities. The climate had worsened during the Little Ice Age, which spanned from the 16th to the 19th centuries. Poor soils, limited navigable rivers, and weak trade infrastructure made the region chronically poorer than Western Europe. When the king's treasury is empty and the peasants...
Wait, hold on. Let's not get... No. Okay, that's also a gross simplification. Like, I'm sorry, even in that period, the black soil was still a thing, you know? The famous black soil that Ukraine is now famous for. That was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Ukraine is called the breadbasket of Europe. Remember that little catchphrase? Ukraine, the breadbasket of Europe. Well, guess what the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was called? I'll let you guess. I think I've given you enough hints, okay? Who even is this lady? Where did you find her? She was recommended to me randomly. So... How do you even say it in Polish? I forgot. Ukraina. Lebak Europy? Spichlerz Europy. Okay. Let me fact check. Rzeczpospolita obojga narodów. There you go. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had the exact same nickname. I'm gonna just let you figure out why. Why the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was also known as the breadbasket of Europe. Okay? Goodness. Because guess what? Even because like I cannot speak to the little ice age, but I can definitely assure you that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had the famous black soil of Ukraine. Okay?
Destitute, the only way to project serious power is through centralized authoritarian rule, the kind that can quickly mobilize society for war. That's what Russia understood. In
No,
Moscow,
that's stupid. No, oh my god, that is so stupid. No, no, oh my god, I don't even know where to begin with how incorrect this is. No, for a long time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was actually pretty strong, okay? And was pretty fine going to war with its army and together with the Zaporizhian Cossacks. It was fine, okay? The problem was not the little ice age, which caused somehow everybody to be poor, and the fact that it didn't have super centralized. I mean, it was far more complicated than that, okay? Oh my god.
power was sacred.
The problem was that, like, one of the biggest problem of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was how the power that the nobility held within the country basically led to a paralysis situation in the country. It's a little bit complicated, but the problem was not a lack of centralization of rule that will allow the country to go quickly to war. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth did pretty well in war for a long, long time.
Divinely bestowed upon the Tsar. If the Tsar gave an order, the machinery of the state roared into action. It was not an ideal system, but it worked, and it allowed Moscow to slowly but surely conquer its neighbors. By contrast, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth remained radically decentralized. It was a paradise for the nobility, free to elect their king and shape their own destiny. In fact, many Muscovite nobles fled westward to enjoy greater personal freedom and prosperity under this system. At
Yeah,
first,
but the problem is that within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, for example, those who were not the like designated nobles had a pretty much worse fate. Like the mentioned Zaporizhian Cossacks, right? Who said, "Hey, we are helping you in war. We are warriors. You actually, we actually helped you a lot, okay? And we are still loyal to the crown, to the king, etc. So we believe we basically should have the same rights as nobles. We should be made nobles. The Cossacks should be as nobles. And the nobles said, no. No, you're basically, we are glad that you help us in war, but outside of wartime, you're basically peasants, and that's your role. And of course, I am myself very simplifying the whole thing, but it caused the wars between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Cossacks. So let's not. Okay.
It seemed like the Commonwealth was on top. In 1610, Polish forces entered Moscow and took the Kremlin. But that moment did not last, because when the crisis came, the Commonwealth could not respond with unity of force. Its noble democracy lacked the tools to mobilize resources quickly.
That's not true.
The political elite still governed as if it were the high Middle Ages, when the climate was warmer.
No, what the fuck? Why are you focusing so much on climate? That's bullshit. No. What? When did this? What are the sources of this lady for these claims? The who is this lady? Who is this person? Oh, she's apparently a historian. What the hell? Or is she? Who is this? Who is this lady? Like, oh, this lady is with a Russian heritage. Like, no, the problem was not that everybody functioned as if it was still warm weather, and I'm sorry, the crops were still pretty plentiful. Okay, the black soil, etc. And actually, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had means to mobilize power pretty quickly, believe it or not.
Was plentiful, and the markets worked. But
the markets worked. What do you mean?
Those days were gone. In the end, they didn't have the resources to hold power, not in Moscow, and eventually not even in their own lands.
What the no, that's no. Yes, they did have the resources. They were extremely rich and powerful. What do you mean? The reason why the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth did not hold Moscow was not because of the lack of resources. No, she did not mean political climate. She meant literal climate. She said it earlier that there was a mini ice age. I have to look it up now. What is this? Little ice age. There you go. The Little Ice Age was a period of regional cooling particularly pronounced in the North Atlantic region. It was not a true ice age of global extent. The term was introduced into scientific literature by Francois M. Mathies in 1939. The period had been conventionally defined as extending from the 16th to 19th centuries, but some experts prefer alternative time span. Europe. The Baltic Sea froze over twice in 1303, 1306, 1307. And years follow of unreasonable cold storms and rains. Like, I have no clue where this whole theory about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth falling because of the little ice age comes from.
It didn't happen overnight, but when collapse came,
I'm sorry, the reason for the fall of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth were purely political. They were not due to climate.
Brutal, irreversible, and devastating. How did these proud nations become mere provinces of an expanding Russian Empire? By the end of the 18th century, the balance of power had shifted. The once mighty Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, weakened by internal divisions and external pressure, was carved up like a carcass by its neighbors, Austria, Prussia, and most greedily Russia. Poland, Lithuania, and much...
Actually, no. I'm sorry, I hate Russia as much as the next person, but no, actually. It was not carved that most greedily by Russia, believe it or not. It was most greedily carved up by Prussia. Okay? Like, in fact, that might shock you, but... and this is important context. At the beginning of the 18th century, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was already in political paralysis, already was not able to do much, and it was under the protectorate of Russia. It was already completely under the control of Russia, within its full borders. Okay? Russia, believe it or not, did not want the partitions. Russia wanted to control the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth completely within its full borders, which was what was happening. It was Prussia that was actually pushing for the partition because it wanted a piece of the action. It wanted a piece of that country. Okay? It was far more politically actually advantageous for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the entirety of it, to be under the protectorate of Russia. Okay? So this is also incorrect, actually. As critical as I am of Russia, as you know. Okay? I'm as big of a Russia hater as you can get. Austro-Hungarian was not a thing back then yet. It was Austria. Still. Back then it was still just Austria. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not partitioned by Austro-Hungary. It was partitioned by Austria. Austria just sort of just joined in, okay? But Prussia was the most aggressive party in this whole mess.
Of the Baltics were absorbed into the expanding Russian Empire. Russian authorities moved quickly to dismantle local institutions, suppress native languages, and impose imperial rule from St. Petersburg. Nobles, who once debated kings, now bowed to tsars. National identity was reduced to folklore.
Fuck, what do you mean national identity was reduced to folklore? There was no such thing as national identity back then. The Polish national identity formed after the partitions. It formed after the partitions. How can you say that national identity was reduced to folklore if national identity up to that point was not even a thing? Ooh. Ooh. My God. I thought we'd have a nice time, okay? I thought we would have a nice time watching a video trashing Russia, but instead I see a video full of inaccuracies and straight up bullshit. Just Why? Why? Instead of nodding and agreeing, I have to spend all this time correcting the video.
Tolerated only when it stayed politically harmless.
National identity was reduced to folklore. What the fuck is this?
The logic behind Russia's policy was brutally pragmatic. If the only path to social mobility was through service to the Tsar, then the empire's best minds would be drawn into the system and would have a stake in its survival. To make that happen, education was to be conducted in Russian. Local languages were sidelined, and expression of national identity were seen as threats to imperial unity. If you didn't speak Russian and didn't cooperate with the empire, your prospects were dead on arrival. And if you actively promoted independence or national consciousness, the outcome was even worse: exile, forced labor, or the gallows.
Wow.
But because this was about more than politics, because it was about identity and, once again, about faith, the people of Poland and the Baltics never accepted it silently. Uprisings erupted again and again. Each was crushed with brutal efficiency. Tens of thousands.
Actually, no. Each uprising was not crushed with brutal efficiency, okay? And also, Russia never did it alone, okay? Let's look. This is pissing me off, actually. This is pissing me off a lot. We started. We're gonna go with the all of the famous ones, all of the failed famous ones. The November Uprising, also known as the Polish-Russian War, 1830-1831, or the Cadet Revolution, was an armed rebellion in the heartland of partitioned Poland against the Russian Empire. The uprising began on 29th November 1830 in Warsaw, when young Polish officers from the military academy of the Army of Congress Poland revolted, led by Lieutenant Piotr Wysocki. Large segments of the peoples of Lithuania, Belarus, and Right Bank Ukraine soon joined the uprising. Although the insurgents achieved local successes, a numerically superior Imperial Russian army under Ivan Paskevich eventually crushed the uprising. Let me see. Outbreak. Uprising. Russia-Polish War. No, it was not crushed with super big efficiency, actually. It's like, I hate this. I hate when history is just reduced to bullet points. And people eat it up. But then again, if you, oh my god.
Executed, imprisoned, or sent to Siberia. And yet, the resistance lived on in underground schools, in banned books, in whispered poems, and in the quiet defiance of memory.
The Soviets attack. Wait, what the? What?
After the Bolshevik
How did we go from the uprisings to boom? Now we have Soviets attacking. How did that? That is such a time skip. Incredible.
Poland and the Baltic states finally regained their independence. The newly formed Soviet state tried to reconquer them, but it was too weak.
Also, where is Ukraine in this story? I have to ask, where is Ukraine in this story? Like, I'm beginning to look suspicious yet the fact that this person is of Russian heritage, apparently. Okay? Like, where is... Ukraine was a part of this story. Where is it?
And too resource-starved to succeed. So, for a brief moment in history, these nations were left alone. They became fully sovereign countries, internationally recognized, with their own governments,
What about
languages,
Ukraine?
and cultures. But even in peace, they lived under the shadow of a volcano, quiet for now, but always threatening to erupt. Throughout the 1920s, the border between the Soviet Union and its western neighbors became a hub for the black market.
What do you mean, quiet? There was a whole Polish-Soviet war. What do you mean, quiet? Cześć. Hello, my cafe. Say, I'm going snooze mode. Have a nice one.
The Soviet economy was collapsing, and the Bolsheviks couldn't even provide basic goods. So everything was smuggled in, from French perfume, often made locally in Polish villages, to scientific books. And people made fortunes. Some smuggled soap and sugar, others smuggled people, guiding desperate souls through dense forests and across rivers.
I'm gonna go
helping
grab a
them
blanket or like a sleeping bag because I'm cold, but I'm very disappointed in this video. I don't like it at all. I came here to hate Russia. I did not come here to hate the video. Okay? I did not come here for this. I did not sign up for this. Schizo again? Who? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Contract with numbers. Oh, nothing. Alright. Let's continue.
escape from the USSR. I tell the full story of how it all worked in my historical novel, The Prince of the Soviets. The link is in the description. But by the 1930s, the air on the border grew heavy again.
I am very, very disturbed by the lack of mention of Ukraine and Belarus for that matter in that beautiful, beautiful story, okay? I am very, very disturbed.
It became clear that the Soviet Union was not done. Moscow was preparing for another war. In 1939, Stalin signed a secret pact with Nazi Germany. Together, they divided Eastern Europe between them. When Germany invaded Poland from the west, the Soviets marched in from the east, claiming they were protecting Belarusians and Ukrainians on Polish territory. Then, in the 1940, while the world was fixated on the fall of Paris, the Soviet Union moved swiftly to annex the Baltic republics. It was staged as voluntary reunion. Moscow installed pro-communist regimes, and once the Soviets had secured Moscow in republics, it was staged as voluntary reunion. Moscow installed pro-communist regimes, and once the Soviets had secured their new territories, they wasted no time. Deportation trains rolled out. Mass executions began. Anyone who might protest the so-called liberation from capitalism was silenced forever.
Beautiful.
After World War II,
The future of
Poland and
Belarus
the
looks
Baltic
grim.
states
Yeah, it does. And people should be talking about that a little bit more. I feel like people should be talking about Belarus a little bit more. Maybe it's up to me. It's up to this streamer to talk about this topic.
once again came under Moscow's control, as territories reshaped to serve the Soviet system. For Poland, that meant becoming a satellite state, a puppet government, a censored press, and a secret police trained by the KGB. For the Baltics, it was worse: full annexation, forced collectivization, and intense Russification. The Baltic states had suffered severe losses during World War II, on the battlefield, in mass purges, and among displaced refugees. The population camps were filled by migrants from eastern and central Russia. My own distant relatives were peasants whose village had been destroyed during the Nazi occupation. They had nowhere to return to, so when the chance came to settle on an abandoned farm in Lithuania, they took it and considered themselves lucky. This happened across the Baltics.
There you go. Also, I'm pretty sure... No, I'm not even gonna go there.
Russian-speaking migrants
The Belarusian people are being told that their language and culture is not proper by their own head of state. It's disgusting. Yeah, it's true. It feels like watching that one stupid person in high school do a presentation on some subject they have no idea about. True. Like, I don't even... This is frustrating. This is a frustrating watch for sure. I just hate it when history is just... Okay, I hate two things. I hate it when history is just reduced to bullet points. That already in itself is very bad, okay? And then you can go one step further and make the bullet points incorrect, and then it's just a mess, okay? Not only is the history just reduced to a bunch of bullet points, the bullet points themselves are not even correct. And then you completely lose me.
Jobs in state offices, universities, factories, and farms. But they didn't see themselves as Lithuanians, Latvians, or Estonians. They were Soviet citizens, and many never bothered to learn the local language or engage with the culture. This created a mixed population and growing national tension. One part of society wanted to preserve its identity. The other didn't think identity mattered, as long as Moscow was in charge. At the same time, it was considered prestigious to live in the Baltic republics. They felt more European, and for some reason, the stores in Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius were better stocked than those in central Russia. I remember visiting Vilnius in 1990 during the economic collapse of the USSR. They had mascara in the department store, 3 or 4 types of cheese, sausages. It was shocking. The empire was clearly living worse than some of its colonies.
Damn.
As Soviet kids, we had no idea how complicated the relationship between Russia and the Baltic states really was. We were taught they had peacefully joined the USSR. Sure, we knew some people there did not like Russians, but it seemed ridiculous.
Kielbasa.
Weren't we the good guys? Of course we were. Or so we thought. As for Poland, we knew very little. There were a few Polish adventure books in the children's library, a popular Polish World War II TV series, Four Tank Man and a Dog.
Oh my god, really? Four Tank Man and a Dog. Okay, I'm gonna do this for you, okay? I have to explain. This is very famous. I know of it. Four Tank Man and a Dog. This is pretty self-explanatory, but we'll still read briefly a wiki about it, okay? Four Tank Man and a Dog. Wikipedia. Polish black and white TV series based on the book by Janusz Przymanowski, made between 1966 and 1970. The series is composed of 21 episodes of 55 minutes each, divided into 3 seasons. It is set in 1944 and 1945 during World War II and follows the adventures of a tank crew and their T-34 tank in the First Polish Army. The book and TV series have achieved and retained a cult series status in Poland and former Soviet Union and other Eastern Bloc countries. The T-34-85 tank Rudy, Ginger, with the identifying number 102, a German Shepherd dog from Siberia, Sharik, pronounced Sharik. Why did I just do that? Sharik, pronounced Sharik. Little ball in Russian, a nickname in the vein of furball in Polish. The word is similar to szary, meaning grey, and szarik, meaning scarf. And to a lesser extent, the crew Jan Kos, Gustav Jeleń, Grigory Saakashvili, Tomasz Czereśniak, and their commander and mentor, Olgierd Jarosz, as well as other heroes of the series, have become icons in Polish popular culture. There you go. The main cast of the 4 tankmen and a dog at the series premiere in Warsaw Congress Hall, January 1966. The famous dog. And it had a theme song. My czterej pancerni. Pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. And so on and so forth. A very famous thing. So yes, I have managed to squeeze out a positive out of this video, talking about this series. Alright.
And Polish fashion magazines, people with the right connections somehow got their hands on. That was it. So when the Soviet Union began to crack, and these nations walked away slamming the door behind them, we were stunned. We watched the news show people tearing down Soviet monuments and shouting anti-Russian slogans. To us kids, it looked surreal. Who are these people? And why do they hate us? We never did anything
We never did anything to them. Oh boy.
to them. The answer we were given was simple. They're nationalists. Crazy ones. Maybe even neo-Nazis. It felt like a deep injustice and a profound ingratitude. We helped them rebuild their cities and industries after the war.
Yeah, by the USSR forbade Poland from taking the Marshall Plan. The USSR forbade Poland from taking reparations from Germany, and actually did not pay the equivalent to Poland, which it promised to do. Hold on, Fido is doing something. Fido is destroying something, I should rather say. If he was just doing something, I would be fine, but he's destroying something, clearly. Chodź, Musiu! Fido. Fido. Chodź. Chodź, Fido. No chodź. Chodź, Fido. Busiu. Alright, I'm back. I have returned. I have returned from the land of the, you know. So yes. Poland.
And this is how they repay us?
Yes. This is how they repay you. Jesus.
So, where does this all leave us? Russia, still clinging to an imperial identity. Poland and the Baltic states, still defined by the trauma of being conquered. And Ukraine, caught in the middle, fighting not just for its own future, but for the very idea that empire no longer rules this continent. The Kremlin refuses to accept that smaller nations have the right to choose their own path. In their worldview, only the big players matter. Poland and the Baltic states, not real countries, just former provinces that forgot their place. That's why Putin and his supporters insist that these nations join NATO only because the United States made them. Because in their version of reality, power is never chosen, it's taken. And if something else takes what Russia believes is hers, then war becomes necessary.
Inevitable.
It's not a strategic mindset. It's not even about security. It's an ancient instinct, resurrected every time a man or a group of men gain control of vast resources through violence. They don't use that power to serve their people, who barely matter to them. They use it to boost their own status in the eyes of others so-called important players. I have a separate video where I break down how and why this worldview formed. You can check it out if you want to dive deeper.
Was it because of a new little ice? No, what? Never mind. I'm being a prick now.
But here's the bottom line.
The
If we
new
want a
Ice
world
Age.
without war, we need a political architecture where no one, no empire, no leader has enough unchecked
No
power
kings.
to keep playing this ancient dominance game. Because it's not just destructive, it's outdated. These are survival instincts from the Ice Age, when status meant survival.
Oh my god, really? I was just kidding. Like, it's all...
And survival meant being the biggest bully. But today, the
I'm sorry, I cannot bear this sort of simplification. Oh, so it's all because of the Ice Age. And then the mini Ice Age. Got it. Cool. Great.
fittest
Amazing.
shouldn't be the strongest or the loudest. It should be the wisest. If this gave you new insight into why history still haunts us today, share this video with someone
It did not, actually. It made me angry.
who needs to hear it.
Nobody needs to hear it. I mean, yes, nobody needs to hear it.
Every share helps bring clarity where propaganda spreads confusion. And if you want to help me continue unraveling stories like this, subscribe or support directly by joining my think tank, sending a super thanks, or simply buying me a coffee. Your support is not just helping.
Oh my god. Let me see. Let me see what other videos we have here.
Step into the Moscow metro during rush hour, and it feels like you've wandered into a fashion show.
Okay, who is this? Was there an information? I'm Elvira Bare, an author born in Soviet Russia, USSR, exploring history, culture, social dynamics, and geopolitics, primarily Russian, but always with global critical perspective. Through my videos, I blend careful analysis with human stories to guide viewers through complex ideas with respect and clarity. I don't chase trends. I tell hard truths I've lived and researched. So, who is this? Is this... If I Google this person, will anything come up of use? Discover surprising, fearless truths behind the stories you thought you knew. About people, power, and history, told clearly, honestly, and grounded in original sources. Original? What does that mean, original sources? It should be just grounded in primary sources, not original sources. Really? Original sources. Okay, then. Fido! Fido! This channel feels so off. It's like AI. It sort of does, doesn't it? Let's go to the videos. Racism in Russia, what's not what you think?
What does racism in Russia actually look like?
The hidden fear behind the Russian power move on Musk. Okay, I want to know what this person views on the war. Like that's gonna be my ultimate litmus test. We're gonna try to find something on the war. What do Russians really think about the war in their own words? Okay, I want to know what you feel about the war. Fido. Fido. My dog is eating the wall. I think he might be lacking calcium. She is the source. Why Russia fears its own soldiers more than Ukraine. Inside Russia, the truth about Trump versus Putin. What Russians secretly think about other nations. Secretly, yeah, sure. Okay, there was Russians democracy. Who killed it? Hint, it wasn't Putin. Wow. Incredible. Where is it? Why Russians die for Putin. The harsh reality behind the war in Ukraine. Okay, I wanna... Okay, there are 4 mentions of Ukraine. What makes normal people support the war in Ukraine? Why Russians fear its own soldiers? War in Ukraine, what Russia's elite really want. Okay, let's watch this video.
When politicians and commentators say Russia wants this or Russia's goal is that,
maybe this video will redeem the channel because who knows?
it's, to put it mildly, not entirely accurate. The interests of Russians elites are completely disconnected from the interests of the rest of the population. But no one really cares about that, because in a state built by Vladimir Putin, the only opinion that matters is that of their highest aristocracy. My name is Elvira Bari. I'm an author born in the USSR, and today I'll tell you about how the people who run Russia see the world. In Russia, the elite are considered those who have access to the state budget and the power to influence people's lives.
Okay.
For example,
so the oligarchy.
Mayor is part of the elite because they control their city's property. A judge is part of the elite because by their command, the police and correctional services will act. The leadership of resource companies is also considered elite because the state has entrusted them with managing the flows of oil, gas, and other natural resources.
Although a lot of the Gazprom leadership has been thrown out of windows, so being elite in Russia does not guarantee your safety.
The elite also includes high-ranking officials, top employees of federal media, university rectors, state-owned enterprise leaders, and artists who can... The elite consists of the owners and top managers of private companies. Wealthy does not make someone part of the elite unless they have strong connections with the state and are embedded in an influential clan.
Okay.
These individuals may use money to solve their problems, but in reality, they are completely defenseless against the state if it decides to ruin them. And there are many such cases.
Okay. Thank you. Let's talk about the war. Finally, God.
A person in the elite has two goals. First, to maintain their current position, and second, to secure a higher position and thus gain a larger share of the budget or more control over state power. The ultimate goal of all this is career advancement and building a personal network, a clan of trusted individuals who are personally invested in your success. It's about surrounding yourself with key people and ensuring your family and loved ones are provided with wealth, prestigious housing, top-tier diplomas, and more. Before the war with the Ukraine began, the system worked like this. A person would
Hold on.
extract more with the Ukraine began housing, top-tier diplomas, and more. Before the war with the Ukraine began, the system worked like this. A person would extract money from the budget by any means necessary, improve their lifestyle, building estates, buying cars, and vacationing in places like the Maldives. The next step was to move the money abroad and invest it profitably.
Okay.
The reason for this is simple. In Russia, no one guarantees you property rights. If you fall out of favor, everything can be taken from you. Plus, you want your children to live,
What a
study, and
beautiful
work in
country.
the West. So they are sent to private schools and the best universities. With this same goal, the elite often sought second citizenship. The most prestigious citizenships were from the United States and the United Kingdom.
Which is nice because now Trump made it easier for the Russian elite to gain at least a permanent stay via the golden card, was it? 5 million? How much is the golden card? I think it was $5 million. I'm pretty sure.
Not everyone could get this, so second citizenships were often obtained in places like
But
Cyprus,
don't worry, Trump made it easier.
the Czech Republic, or Israel. One of my followers who lives in London asked me, why are there so many Russians here? These are the children and grandchildren of Russia's elite, or the retired officials and businessmen themselves. Some established themselves in the West and started running businesses, but more often than not, the money came from a government official who earned it in Russia and sent it to his or her family. By the way, the Chinese, Iranians, Arabs, Indians, and many others use the exact same system.
Okay, I love how you have timestamps, but the timestamps have no names. So the timestamps are worthless because the whole point of a timestamp is to be able to see the name of the name of the section and know and click on that section that you want to go to. What's the point of just having timestamps with just pure numbers without names? What is the point? That tells me nothing. You know?
When the war started and sanctions were imposed on Russia, moving and legalizing money abroad became
Wait, hold on, there are names here. What the Russian truly elite ones. But usually when you hover over the video, the name should sort of appear on the timeline. I don't see it here. But apparently there are names here. Maybe something's messed up in here.
much more complicated. Moreover, Putin began cracking down on those with dual citizenship. There was a real risk of being fired or having your property.
Okay, what? Where does the war come in?
How does the Russian elite view the recent developments regarding peace negotiations in Ukraine? With a lot of enthusiasm. The war has become unbearable for everyone, and high-ranking Russian officials.
What? Well, it doesn't bear out. We are already in. Am I crazy? Wow, what a this if this video aged poorly. Okay. Oh god, did this video age poorly? We're in June, and Russia's still stalling and not moving any closer to peace. Like, what happened to the elite's enthusiasm for peace? What happened to the war becoming unbearable for everyone?
For everyone. And high-ranking Russian officials and business people, along with those close to them, are hoping that Trump will end the war on terms acceptable to Putin. So what are these terms?
First, no, Trump basically is giving Putin everything he wants, and Putin still is not moving any closer to peace. So this video has aged horribly.
And foremost, everything must happen quickly. The Russian economy is struggling. Inflation is rising. Loans are too expensive.
This is true.
There are no investments, and there's a labor shortage.
That is also true.
Spending is literally bankrupting Russia.
That is not true. Okay. Like, yeah, the Russian economy is stagnating. It's entering a cooling period, but Russia is not going bankrupt. That's no. Okay. That's not, we would be in a far, far better situation as if Russia would be going bankrupt. That would be a nice world.
Yes, everyone pretends the budget is bottomless and that there's money for everything. But even the top officials admit that the situation is critical. Secondly, the elite really wants to return to the pre-war times, when they could make a lot of money and still enjoy life. With foreign competitors gone, many entrepreneurs in Russia are now earning much more. I have a video on my channel explaining how and why this happens.
Brilliant.
Check it out. But no one is really looking for foreign companies to return to the Russian market. Extra competitors are not needed. Moreover, much of what was left behind by Western companies has already been claimed by the federal or local elites. It's possible that some brave souls from the West might still try to re-enter the Russian market, but they are taking a huge risk. Without connections within Putin's power structure, without being part of the clans, no one will defend them if the system decides to target their business at some point. However, the standard of living for the elite has dropped, and many pleasures are now out of reach.
Oh, wow.
For example, it's no longer so easy to hop on a plane and travel abroad. Now, to get to Paris, you have to fly through Turkey or Dubai. Those with money can still buy whatever they want, but the very fact that you can't simply order something online or pay for a hotel or flight with a Russian card is degrading and frustrating for the Russian elite.
Oh, no.
It feels like they have been shown the door.
And that is why we have peace
even stronger,
now.
Because most of these people didn't vote for the war and had no influence on its start.
Okay.
The decision to attack was made by one person, Vladimir Putin. The rest were forced to support him because of the way power is structured in Russia. If you oppose
Sounds like apologia to me.
You and your clan are condemned to fall from favor. The elite understands intellectually that returning to the pre-war times is impossible, but they still hope for it deep down. They don't feel guilty about what has happened, and as a result, they perceive any sanctions as unjust.
The third division of the world, okay.
Wants the world to be divided into sphere of influence, much like how the district of a troubled city are divided between gangs. If you are the leader of a local mafia, you have the right to plunder your territory however you see fit, but you still respect the other gangs and don't intrude on their area. Each mafia member plays the role.
They would be bankrupt if they had foreign currency, but since they can emit theirs.
all assigned to them, supporting their superiors in everything. Any sign of disobedience is met with harsh punishment. People who
Okay,
aren't
this is
part of the
such a
mafia are
long-winded
seen as
video. Oh my god.
doormats, and they should be exploited. Such is the law of nature. No one asks what the doormats want. They must obey the rules set by the mafia and yield to its
Yeah, because
members
mafias are
in
such a
every
natural
way.
phenomenon.
For instance, if a high-ranking mafia member takes a liking to your factory, you'll sell it to them for whatever price they dictate. If you are unhappy with that, you can go to court, ha ha ha. But serious people don't settle matters that way. You need to go to a powerful mafia member and negotiate through them. If you have no one to turn to, then you're just a doormat, and things will only get worse for you. The Russian elite is absolutely convinced that the same rules exist in democratic countries. All the talk of human rights, equality before the law, and press freedom is just a fairy tale for the doormats. So, why does the West condemn Putin and his mafia? Isn't it just blunt hypocrisy and double standards? In their worldview, there are three major world powers, three strong gangs: the US, China, and Russia.
Wow, India feels left out.
Each has its own territory, and they shouldn't interfere in each other's affairs. If some doormat cries out, "Help, I'm being killed," no one should intervene. After all, would a feudal lord condemn another feudal lord for cutting off the head of a peasant? The Russian elite is marked by extreme cynicism and a lack of belief in morality and law. They believe in personal connections and the right of the strong. They honestly don't understand why was it acceptable for NATO to bomb Iraq, but they can bomb Ukraine. Why does the West fund our opposition, yet we are not allowed to interfere in American elections? At the same time, the elite doesn't delve into details or study the history of the matter. They often express outrage over the bombing of Belgrade. Look, NATO attacked defenseless Serbs. What they don't know is what the army of the Republic of Srpska did
Oh
in
yeah, I
Serbia.
really believe that they don't know that. Oh yeah, of course. I truly believe that they just did not know, the poor uninformed oligarchical elite of Russia.
Similarly, they lament the bitter fate
They just
of
don't know,
Muammar
they're just
Gaddafi or
misinformed.
Saddam Hussein, but have no knowledge of what those dictators did. And they have no interest in studying it further. No one wants to hear unsolicited history lesson if they don't align with their established beliefs. In this worldview, Ukraine is not a subject and has no agency whatsoever. The Russian elite believes that the people of Ukraine can't have an opinion about the future of their country. It is Russia's sphere of influence because Ukraine was once part of the Russian Empire and later the USSR.
Which means Poland is the same.
This country can have no independence, and therefore its resistance is simply a result of America's prodding. This is a direct attack on our territory, and we must defend our rights. Europe, too, has no agency because it lacks any significant military forces and, most importantly, the will to win. The US has powerful aviation and fleets. Russia has combat experience, some stockpiles of old Soviet weapons, and hundreds of thousands of doormats ready to exchange their lives and health for $40,000. That's about how much the Ministry of Defense pays for signing a contract. Do you, dear Europeans, have such resources? Do you have anyone to send to the bloody battles? No? Then just sit down and keep quiet. The serious players will work out the territorial divisions without you, and you'll simply accept the new terms because you have no other choice.
Oh boy.
Trump's victory in the elections caused a surge of excitement in Moscow. There was even rhymed saying in Russian, "Once Trump comes in, he'll sort everything out." Trump was seen as somewhat of a friendly
I mean,
figure,
he
someone
is.
who viewed the world in a similar
That's
way.
sort of, I mean, I hate to say it, but that sort of played out as that elite thought, didn't it? Trump is indeed friendly towards Russia, and he sort of does think in similar terms. Look at Greenland. We're gonna discuss Greenland today, actually. We're gonna be briefly talking about Greenland and Trump. So that part is kind of true.
Making him someone with whom mutually beneficial agreements could be reached.
Yeah.
Will continue extracting natural resources, transferring money to the West, and enjoying the respect of other elites. You won't encroach on our territory, you won't invite Ukraine into NATO, you won't supply it with weapons, and you'll.
Yeah, to many of these things, Trump actually agreed. We know that.
Turn a blind eye to whatever we do there. For 3 years of war, Russian propaganda relentlessly criticized America, even threatening to reduce it to radioactive ash. But now everything has changed. America is great again, full of business minded people that are open to negotiation. From the Russian elite's perspective, Trump could simply order Ukraine to surrender, and Europe would accept it as a given. Everyone would be better off. The war would stop, sanctions would be lifted, and cheap Russian gas would once again flow to Europe, saving its industries from collapse.
That's
Then,
silly.
some measures would be needed to ensure these agreements wouldn't be overturned by Trump's successor. In return, Russia would pull away from China. Hey, America, since you are planning to wage trade wars with China, you need a loyal ally in the Kremlin, right? As for Ukraine, what's the point of it for you? Just hand it over to us and go in peace. To understand what the Russian elite thinks, you just need to listen to President Putin. He is absolutely convinced that the war in Ukraine happened solely because he was unjustly attacked and had his rightful territory taken away. He claims he was simply forced to defend himself. Here's a direct quote from his speech. You can't help but ask why. Why all this? For what reason? Fine, you don't want to see us as a friend and ally. But why turn us into an enemy? The only answer is that they simply don't want such a large country as Russia to be independent. But what does this independence really mean, considering that the Russian economy is entirely dependent on international trade, exporting raw materials and importing everything else? It's about the right to independently exploit Russia's natural resources and population, however they see fit.
5 Russias.
It's important to understand that not all Russians think this way. Russia is not a democracy, and the will of the people does not matter at all. Elections are a mere formality. First,
Okay, this video has sort of redeemed this channel, I feel. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna be back. We're gonna watch it a little bit more, and then we're gonna move on to other things. But this lady has managed to redeem herself a bit in my eyes. Also, I wanted to say something. I'll say something when I'm back. I'll be back soon. Of course. All right, let's continue. Top chat. I'm on top chat for some reason. Let me see. Live chat. All right. So let me see something real quick. Huh. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to do this. Russia. Russian elites. I mean, a lot of this is true. A lot of this, how described the mentality is true.
Exclude anyone who might challenge the ruling elite. And second, because the vote
I don't think we actually have to watch this much further.
Is done however they see fit. Russia is not a monolith. It is made up of several social strata, each of which is vastly different from the others. First, Russia is the elite, whose goal is to maintain power indefinitely and continue to enrich themselves. Second, Russia is the educated urban population that aligns with Western values. Their goal is to transform Russia into a state similar to Canada or the Scandinavian countries, focusing on the rule of law and the system of checks and balances.
Good luck.
In the last decade, the Second Russia held massive demonstrations, demanded fair elections, and pushed for a change of leadership. They created wonderful educational and charitable projects, learned, connected, and hoped for a beautiful Russia of the future. Its leader was Alexei Navalny, but he was killed in prison. His followers...
Alexei Navalny was not that great either, by the way. Especially when it came to Ukraine, so...
were hunted, and Second Russia fell silent, hid or left. An unarmed person who rejects violence cannot stand up to an armed police officer. Third Russia is made up of ordinary people who focus on their personal interests and don't care about politics because they genuinely believe it doesn't matter. Their goal is personal well-being under any regime. Some focus only on personal matters and refuse to talk about the war.
That is also the simplification, considering how much chauvinism is spread around, how much brainwashing and how much propaganda is active in Russia. So it's not that simple.
Others declare full support
there are many
for the government while hoping the war ends soon.
No, there are many people that actually also show full support for the war. Let's not pretend that's not the case.
I've seen people in social media posts expressing fear that the end of the war means the end of military orders. And how would they pay off their mortgages? Fourth Russia is the Z community.
Like I've seen sentiments of, interestingly enough, relatives of Ukrainians in Russia expressing full support for the war while their families are getting bombed. That's the thing.
These are romantic nationalists who believe in the revival of the Russian Empire, Russia's special role in history, the great Russian idea, and so on. These people live in messianic fantasies and desire glory, greatness, and the destruction of the Ukrainian state. In their worldview, the West plays the role of Satan, and Ukraine is its servant. Most of them have never been to the West and don't speak foreign languages, but they need someone to blame for all their failures.
Okay, that's enough. Wow, Russia is pretty cooked, isn't it? Russia is pretty Russia's not well. And what can I say? We're moving on. We're moving on to the next topics. Any thoughts? What are your thoughts on this? My dear viewerships. Any thoughts? My dear viewers. If I remember correctly, he supported the annexation of Crimea. Navalny, yeah. He was not, I don't know. I hate to say it, but very often this person's Russia's sort of Russian background rears its ugly head, okay? All right. Also, I have to fix the chat because I can see that it goes out of bounds. It absolutely should not go out of bounds. I have to do some smart. Okay, that feels okay, right? Like, why didn't anybody tell me that the chat was scuffed? Especially fake Alec Cal Parker should have told me all about it. All right. Whew. That's one topic done. That is one topic done and done away with. She is the source. Hello, John the Brazen. I've just joined. So what do the Russian elites want? Well, they want TLDR. They want to carve up the world with other important big countries, the big boys, and they feel like any country that is within the Russian sphere of influence is theirs, and that it's nobody else's business to interfere, and that any country that interferes with the Russian sphere of influence is basically, it's like attacking Russia itself and trying to interfere within Russia's sovereignty itself. That's basically the TLDR. So welcome, John the Brazen. So we're doing news tonight, and we are doing the fundraising for my trip to Ukraine to continue covering the topic of children affected by the war. So if you feel like this topic is a little bit underrepresented, if you feel like there more could be done to further this topic, then, why not consider joining lucyhaza.org/live and helping me out to make this dream come true. John the Brazen, boom. And boom. So that's what's happening. Okay, now we go to news. New news. As things have been happening, okay? I'm gonna give you a choice. I love giving my audiences choice. Because, well, for the two reasons. Okay? Choice time. Also, I like the interactivity aspect of giving a choice. Choice time. I would agree more awareness is needed. It might be harder for people to sympathize with the Russians. Well, I'm not I'm definitely not making it easier for people to sympathize with the Russians, considering that I'm talking about children harmed by Russia and the Russians. But Iran, Ukraine, news, Poland news, Trump news, which is related to Poland news, believe it or not. Okay, let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. Let us see. Let us see people vote. Also like this stream. Press like. Because that helps the algorithm. That helps the algorithm. That helps me. It makes me happy. It makes me content. We get old leftists who call support for Ukraine supporting war. Yeah, because old leftists, especially in the West, are really, really stupid. I hate to be harsh like this, but that sentiment is the stupidest sentiment possible. Oh, by supporting countries' right to defend itself, which is a term that is itself misused and abused, especially when it comes to Israel. But a country defending itself against a genocidal invasion, well, that's just supporting war. Ridiculous. Really, really stupid. Really brainless. Brainless analysis, as I call it. I would actually like to hear what the analysis behind this sentiment is. I would genuinely like to have a sit down with a person, with a leftist that claims that supporting Ukraine is supporting war. I would like to have them on this little stream and I would like to talk to them about it. I would like to hear what is going on in their head. What sort of steps do they have to take to arrive at that conclusion? What the analysis is, if that makes sense. Because I'm afraid there is none. I'm afraid there's only feels over reels when it comes to this subject. And a complete lack of knowledge about history, about relations in the region. Oh, it's just, oh, people are fighting. It's war. So supporting these people fighting, that's pro-war. Stupid. I supported this principle with Palestine, but not Ukraine. It's just nostalgia for the Soviet Union from people who used to defend them blindly when it still existed. Yeah. Yeah, and we call it campism in these parts, okay? We call it campism, and you will not find it on this stream. You will not find me campist. Is what separates me from all these other horrible streamers. Like Mr. Bonelli, that apparently has been giving advice on how to avoid recording war crimes to the IDF. It's pathetic. That's just, I don't even... What the hell is happening? Hey guys, if you're gonna do war crimes, at least don't take your phones and don't record it. Be smart about your crimes. Nevada Media did some good news sections on it. They did an article where they interview socialists from post-socialist countries to explain to the listener leftists why they think they're wrong. I encounter a terrifying number of US communists on Twitter, which I know is not a great representation, but still. Like, I should do actually whole segments about the rise of Polish leftist parties after 1989 and how those parties have very clearly cut themselves from the USSR from the Bolshevik tradition and said that that was not real left-wing tradition. And just see how many so-called Western leftists would be like, huh? What? What's happening? What is this? I don't understand. Western autocorrect. So yeah, that could be educational. I do strive to be an educational channel. Okay, someone should break this 50-50, okay? I just... Poland news Iran. Like, come on. More people should vote. Two votes. 6 people are here. Like, let's... Can we get in shape? Can we please get in shape? A stalemate. Yeah, please break the stalemate. Please, please, please. For the love of God. So I'm gonna check what you posted in the Discord, John the Brazen. Don't worry, John the Brazen, we're gonna check it out. No one. If no votes, you're just gonna sit here and what? Well, just gonna choose at some point. I'm just gonna have to make that choice myself. I'm just gonna become a Russian and declare that democracy sucks. This is becoming a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth situation. And I don't like it. I read the videos they did to cover fascism in Ukraine and Russia separately. All right, let's me see. We have opened the worm. We have opened the can of worms of Western leftism. So we have to follow it up to its conclusion now. The gates of hell have been opened. The anti-war leftists of the West. Let's go. Let's open this up. No, I'm sorry. If you cannot vote, you cannot be trusted with any choice whatsoever. We asked post-Soviet leftists what the Western left is getting wrong on Ukraine. Oh boy. So where do we even begin? Wait, hold on. I'm a post-Soviet leftist. I just realized I'm from the post-Soviet sphere. I'm from Poland. I'm a leftist. I'm a post-Soviet leftist. Wow. Shall I add this into my title? Write in the chat if you think that I should add to my title post-Soviet leftist. Yeah, that sounds so proud. The post-Soviet leftist. Do you think it's accurate for me to title myself as such? Or do you think it's a gross misinformation? You gotta add that. True. I should. It should be like, I'm a proud post-Soviet leftist. You might attract angry rightoids. Nice. Thank you. Okay. Right. That is great. That is perfect. I'm gonna start introducing myself as a post-Soviet leftist. I haven't even thought of that, but that is actually technically speaking true. Not if you're not a person from either the Soviet Union or from the Soviet sphere, okay? Only if you're from a country that was in the Soviet sphere can you call yourself the post-Soviet leftist. All right, perfection. Since Russia invaded Ukraine in February, how old is this? Oh my gosh, this is such an old article. 31st of March 2022. We're doing a blast to the past. Does Poland count as Soviet? It was part of the sphere. It was a satellite state. So, it's post-Soviet. It was part of the sphere. So I counted. I counted in. Okay? Since Russia invaded Ukraine in February, our TV channels, newspapers, social media platforms, and group chats have been flooded with analyses trying to make sense of the unfolding situation. Everything from NATO expansionism, Europe's racist refugee policies, and neo-Nazis in Ukraine. Oh my God, we're gonna have to be talking about England today. We're gonna have to be bashing England today again, because oof. England has done it again. England has outdone itself. I didn't write this in the title because there's so many topics to cover, but oh God, do I want to cover that particular topic. It's bad. It is very, very bad. This is what you get when you have too much. Oh, wait, I have actually two immigration topics. And we're gonna, don't worry. I don't want to spoil for all the loyal viewers that are excited for me to cover them. I don't want to spoil, but it's exciting in a very negative, horrible way. NATO expansionism, Europe racist refugee policies, and neo-Nazis in Ukraine, to whether uniting the Soviet Union would be good. Oh, fuck me. That's actually a discussion in the West. Whether or not uniting the Soviet Union would be good. I cannot believe that's actually a topic of conversation. Yeah, I evened out the poll. Hello, I'm just here to watch a trash fire. Thank you. I evened it out. Thank you. Hello, Estelle. Yeah, the poll doesn't matter anymore. You do not deserve democracy. Our media cycle has mostly focused on proposed reforms to disability benefits. Also, while we're at it, I have also had a whole debate with Brooks about Russia, believe it or not. Like, there was this time when Brooks said on his thing that he loves the Russian culture. This guy, I don't even remember what that was. Something that I had great contention with. Something about Russian culture being great and it's something Russia related, Russia chauvinism related. And I wrote in the chat that I don't agree. And they're right, you know. And then I had a whole debate with him on it in DMs. And then we sort of concluded the thing when I had Brooks on this stream. It was a whole thing. You know? And it was like, in that debate that I had in the DMs, it sort of came out that even Brooks is sort of caught in the Russian thing. How do I explain it? Russia steals a lot of things, okay? There's no other way to say it. Russia steals a lot of cultural things, a lot of things that people in the West look at and say, oh my gosh, this is great. I love this about Russia. And then you have to correct them. Well, it's not Russian, okay? Like, I think for my conversation with Brooks, that was when Brooks said, oh, but I love things about Russia, like borscht or some other things listed. And I said, wait, hold on. Borscht is not Russian, okay? It's Ukrainian. Like, I know that it became a broader Eastern European thing. Every Eastern European country has a variation of borscht at this point, but it originated in okay, convenient, Estelle. The fact that this comment, all things are stolen, just demonstrates that you don't know what I mean. That you don't know Russia, okay? It's not stolen in the sense of, oh, this place has it and now we also have it and we also use it. No, I'm saying stolen in the sense of this place has it, now we have it, it was always ours, we invented it, it belongs to us, and it's a essentially part of what has always been ours. That is what I mean. Okay? It's not just adopting a thing from another place and calling it stealing. Okay? That is called cultures intermingling, cultures interacting, and sharing each other's stuff with one another. That is just what happens. Cultures intermingle, cultures sort of interact, and cultures affect and change one another. There's a fundamental difference between that happening and what Russia does with its quote-unquote stealing of things. Thank you. It made me go into a whole rant. I don't think it's necessarily wrong for us. The West, the aesthetic of the Soviet Union is interesting. NFKRZ is good at explaining it. Listen, NFKRZ has, I remember, it has caught a lot of flack from Ukrainian people at some point. But yes. And I still remember when dear NFKRZ made a video called My Favorite Russian Dishes, and a lot of those dishes were not Russian, and he had to add a whole caveat in the video saying, yes, I know most of these dishes are not Russian, but they are eaten in Russia. So there you have it. Like, there's this really, I'm done. I'm done talking about Russian expansionist chauvinism, etc. It's a real phenomenon. Actually, Putin's childhood trauma and Zelensky's comedy career has been debated endlessly. Childhood trauma of Vladimir Putin? Oh no! The KGB thugs, childhood trauma. How will we cope with such sad things? That is so tragic and horrible. I hope my thoughts and prayers go out to Vladimir Putin and his tragic past. Yet, throughout all this, I've had an unsettling feeling that some leftists I know have been hesitant in their analysis of the war because they're not sure how their opposition to Western imperialism maps onto it. Oh my god. This is what I call campism in its worst form. Like, you don't analyze events individually. you don't look at things and you don't sort of apply critical thinking or any sort of thinking. No, you just have a model in your head and think, okay, how does this event fit my model? How does it fit this sort of model that I have established in my brain? And if it doesn't, then you just glitch out and cannot approach the subject at all. Or you just start spewing complete idiotic crap. Oh, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. So yeah, that is unfortunate. That is the unfortunate reality. You can have just a simplified model in your mind, and if something doesn't meet it, doesn't fit it, your brain just freezes. And that's it. The end. Oh, there we go, actually. Many of my friends and family have either been extremely quiet, understandably given how complex the situation. No, I'm sorry, no. No. No, it's not understandable to be extremely quiet on the topic of war in Ukraine. That was true in March 2022, and it is extremely true now. Okay? It's not understandable. The situation is not as complex as you would like to believe. When it comes to the war in Ukraine, the situation is actually so clear cut, morally and otherwise, that you could not get it. You could not have a simpler situation, actually, unironically, or have spouted iterations of Kremlin revisionist history that uses Western hypocrisy to deflect from Russia's war crimes. As someone who grew up in Uzbekistan, a country once part of the Soviet Union, and with deep historical and economic ties to Russia, has been disheartening to see, as has a widespread lack of engagement with leftist voices from Ukraine and other ex-Soviet countries. I still count myself because I'm from the Soviet sphere. Well, both sides are killing each other. Who can say who's in the wrong? True, nobody can, ever. Reductive arguments I keep hearing again and again mostly focus on the Cold War, ignore both Russia and Ukraine's political ambitions post-1991, and offer a little by way of insight in 2022. In the eyes of those who think like this, people are either Team NATO or Team Russia. There's no in between. Lives being lost in the war have become mere pawns in the wider game of arguing ideology. Some insist these views are marginal, tucked away in dusty corners of extremist online spaces, but these are genuine views I've come across in real life, which only seem to have grown more polarized since Russia's invasion. I mean, if you want a really high-profile example of horrible views on Ukraine, just look at Noam Chomsky, okay? I was critical of Noam Chomsky before it was cool because I've always felt like his linguistic prescriptions were pretty... I've always hated his linguistic prescriptions. The universal grammar theory always seemed like complete nonsense to me. So I basically was a Noam Chomsky hater before it was cool. Hey Lucy, so how your existence somewhere out there is going? So as I see you finally discovered the Ukrainian Lady channel, I'm actually Pepe Hands right now. So what do you think? Wait, what Ukrainian Lady channel? Hold on, wait, what are you talking about? What Ukrainian Lady channel? Okay, you have to elaborate. You have to elaborate. Do you mean that lady's channel that I watched? Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and show you. Do you mean this lady? Do you mean this channel? Elaborate for me, please, so that I can get into it. Also, I'm pretty sure, I don't know why the names of some users in the chat have changed, but I'm pretty sure this is Vladimir. No elaboration. Okay, I'm gonna continue reading then, and once you tell me, I'm gonna address it. You're only listening the ad now. What a weird change. I have no clue why this changed. So yes, Noam Chomsky is like this big example. Yes, the Ukrainian lady that doing history. And yes, I am also getting back to Lock-in. And also, yes, my nickname now changed. Yeah, like, you want my opinion on that lady's channel? You know that channel. And you want my opinion. Oh God, I raged on. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of side rant. Okay, I've been recommended this video about Russia. Why I think it just appeared on YouTube in my recommended. Why the Baltic states and Poland fear Russia or something, and I thought to myself, wow, a video that sort of explained to Westerners why Russia sucks. That could be nice. I could like sort of bond with a different I could bond with a different creator to sort of, over bashing Russia. And then I just heard a bunch of historical inaccuracies, a bunch of nonsense, and I just got really pissed at that channel, okay? And then I realized that there's a really weird missing of talking about Ukraine in the video. So, I don't know. Maybe you will not like my opinion, but that channel has problems, okay? Especially since it's a channel that talks about history. And it's a channel that talks about history horribly. Like, instead of enjoying my Russia bashing, I had to correct the channel several times on basic facts. And that is not good. I don't like that. I do not like that. I like it when my history channels treat history seriously. Okay, when they don't say the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth fell because of the small ice age, because it got cold and everybody became poor because the crops were bad. That's... Okay, I'm getting angry again. But you know what I mean. I think you understand what, Do you know where I'm coming from? I really sincerely hope you understand where I'm coming from with this, or that Russia has this authoritarian tendency because during the Ice Age, the Big Ice Age, when it was called, being the bigger bully meant survival, and that mentality just stayed with Russia. Like, what? Come on. Let's be serious for a bit. Oh boy. So like it's from those big glaring problems that I have to smaller problems, like saying that to bigger problems, like saying that in 1569, Poland and Lithuania finally forged a union, forged an alliance finally, and created the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when in fact Poland and Lithuania created a sort of an alliance far, far earlier in the 1300s. So I don't know. The historian in me rages when watching this channel. What else? What else was there? There was so much. Oh yeah, and that the Grand Duchy of Lithuania had it all. It had it all. Lithuania had it all. It had people, it had land, it had the greatest thing ever. Okay, if it get really bad, I mean really bad, and that is going to become like super pro-Ukraine and also super anti-Russia, I'm going to just stop watching. Like, I mean, and the video that I watched, I don't know, the Ukraine was just not talked about at all. So it was just about the pain of the Baltic states and Poland. Ukraine and Belarus were omitted from the discussion. So there you go. Okay. Great Dutch Lithuania had it so good that they had iPhones and widescreen TVs. True. That is true. This is the best country in the universe. It's definitely was not the case that it was basically forced into going into the Kingdom of Poland to cooperate because of the problems with the war. That was absolutely not a thing, trust me. Okay, let's continue. All right. I've even begun to wonder if apologist narratives justifying Russian aggression from Western leftists are a manifestation of Western imperialism. You know what? I'm gonna go there. It sort of kind of is. In a weird way, the way certain leftists in the West talk about this topic is sort of a manifestation of imperialism, in the sense of believing that Western is the main causer and everyone else is just a passive recipient, if that makes sense. Even if you are sort of anti-imperialist, you still sort of believe that the West has like this ultimate power to affect things. Lots of so-called leftist orgs don't even bother acknowledging Ukraine on their sites, and lots of leftist tubers just omit Ukraine in their videos. Oh, can you name them? Also, I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm sorry to do this, but how did you find the stream? What other streamers do you watch? And how do you like the show so far? I ask those questions to all new viewers, especially now that the names have been changed to @. So I'm not sure if you were here before or not, and you seem unfamiliar. So can you name those leftist tubers that omit Ukraine in their videos? I am very curious. Salrog, VODs, I've been here before. Zalrock is the YouTuber. Don't your analytics show who your viewers also watch? Yeah, but not exactly on an individual level. If that makes sense. Actually, I would like to see those analytics right now. Also, I have a very small audience, so sometimes the audience is so small that the analytics actually don't like tell me not enough data or something. There you go. What do your viewers watch for the last 7 days? Not enough data. What channels do your viewers watch over the last 28 days? Not enough data. So, no. My analytics, in fact, do not tell me what my viewers watch. Like, I did get the stuff that back in the day, it's not been perfect. Like, you're either part of one empire or another, and like, it wasn't that bad in Poland, Lithuania, and Commonwealth. Shame. Well, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not an empire. It was a composite state. But yeah, it wasn't that good under the Russian Empire. Under the Russian Empire, it was the worst, actually. I'm on Progressive Liberals Discord server, and as for leftist tubers, John the Duncan is someone who has made pro-Palestine content but zero Ukraine videos. Okay, I'm not necessarily going to be mad at people for having a focus, if that makes sense. Like, if you cover Ukraine, or if you cover Palestine, like, as long as your views on Ukraine are not horrible, as long as you're not gonna be like, oh, maybe Russia's right, maybe Russia's okay to attack Ukraine, maybe Ukraine should sort of not be funded, supported, etc., then I'm not even necessarily going to be mad at creators for having a very strict focus of I'm covering this, I learn about this, I know a lot about this, this is my wheelhouse, this is my main subject, and this is what I focus on. Does that make sense? As long as you just don't start spouting complete horse shit about other things that you don't know about. Does that make sense? Right? Like, there are people that are creators that have their very specific focus and even go to the countries and report on them, and like, I don't know if that's the case for John Deda. Okay, actually, you should speak on things you don't know anything about. Oh, okay. I see how it is. Laser Pig is cool. Yeah, Laser Pig is cool. It would be cool to do some collab together. Yeah, by the way, since you're all here, this is the perfect opportunity for me to do a little bit of shilling. Is it okay for me to do a little bit of shilling? So, I'm going to go to Ukraine very soon, possibly tomorrow, which is today, because I returned from Ukraine just a few days ago because my dog really missed me, and I have to go back to Poland every now and then to check on my dog, make sure that he doesn't miss me. I mean, he does miss me, but I sort of spend a little bit time with him, and then I go back to Ukraine. I focus on interviews with organizations that cover the topic of children that are affected by war in Ukraine. And that goes into a couple of subcategories. Children overall in the country that suffer from bombardment, wartime conditions, children that have parents and relatives in the military and how that affects them. That is one subject that I sort of delve into. The other subject is children that were kidnapped by Russia and taken into Russian territory and are Russified into being Russians and then Russian soldiers who will be then sent to Ukraine to fight against Ukrainians. That's another topic that I delve into. And third topic, which I count as a separate category, is children living in the occupied territories by Russia that are also Russified, etc. And within these subcategories, you have further subcategories: the militarization of children, which I have mentioned, violence against children, physical and sexual, which is two subcategories in subcategories. There's a lot, okay? And if you want to help me in my endeavor in that sphere field that is pretty underreported, I do a lot of interviews with families and with organizations that provide mental health care to children, then why not consider joining lucyhaza.org/live and donating or subscribing. Okay? Maybe Ukraine does have these secret biolabs trying to change Russia's genetics. Yeah, I agree, Lucy. If you're pro-Russia leftist, you can start to believe in pretty weird stuff. True. True. I hate New York Times for holding water for Russia's genocide and war crimes. New York Times, by the way. Yeah, the New York Times was the newspaper that infamously in the 30s created Holodomor skepticism. You should look into it. The New York Times in the 30s published an article called Russians Hungry But Not Starving. It was written by, I believe, a journalist called Walter Duranty, and it downplayed the Holodomor. It said that it was not a big deal. It said that nothing really happened. That you cannot make out. That was the best argument that by Walter Duranty, the Pulitzer winner. You cannot make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. That's brilliant in the context of the Holodomor. But yeah, the New York Times has a very, very specific history when it comes to tackling these issues, just so you know. And of course, there was another famous journalist of that time called Gareth Jones. Gareth Jones was a journalist that went to the Soviet Union. Gareth Jones went to the Soviet Union, even though there were very harsh restrictions on where you could go and not go in the Soviet Union. Gareth Jones sort of broke those restrictions. He decided to ignore the government and traveled through the small villages of Soviet Ukraine and witnessed firsthand the horrible conditions in which people lived during the Holodomor. And then he tried to go to the West, break the story, talk about the Holodomor, talk about the famine, talk about the genocide, and he was buried. He was buried by no other than Walter Duranty. It was a whole... actually, why not? Why? You know what? Why not look into it right now? Because it seems like some people don't know about it. Walter Duranty versus Gareth Jones. Also, there's been a whole petition to take away Walter Duranty's Pulitzer. A Tale of Two Journalists, Walter Duranty and Gareth Jones. Very, very interesting. On June 24th, the Pulitzer Committee received a letter from Dr. Margaret Serial Colley and her son. The letter is too long to quote in full, but the text can be found here. The lady is the niece of certain Gareth Jones, a journalist who dared to tell the truth about the horror he saw in Ukraine in the spring of 1933. For his courage, he paid with a professional reputation and for many years almost sank into oblivion. And the negative hero in this story is Walter Duranty, who won the Pulitzer Prize in 1932 for reporting from the Soviet Union, which he admitted reflected the official views of the Soviet government. He spread Soviet propaganda and he got a Pulitzer for it. Okay, he got a Pulitzer for spreading the party line of the Soviet Union. Please think about it for a bit. Okay? Please think about this. Not his own, okay? Again, I will read this again. He admitted reflected the official views of the Soviet government, not his own. And here begins the story of a journalist who has killed for honesty, who was killed for honesty, and his colleague rewarded for lying. A story that is directly related to both journalistic ethics and Ukrainian history. And yes, I also know about the modern day New York Times exploits and articles about Ukraine, about the neo-Nazi battalions, etc. Yeah, that is, I think that this is very important history to know about. How I think the story of Russians hungry but not starving is actually pretty important to know in the context of, you know, I feel like this is important. The Clarks sure didn't have the opportunity to crack many eggs. Well, there were the eggs, so the people were the eggs in that metaphor. So yeah. Okay, let's okay, that was an aside. I'm glad that I was able to inform about the greatness of the New York Times. But now we go back to talking about what is really important, and that is Western leftists criticizing Ukraine somehow for defending itself. It's a beautiful world. It really is a beautiful world. It really is. I swear to God. But don't worry. We have a lot of news to cover tonight, and I haven't even covered a single topic yet. I haven't covered a single news topic yet. So, manifestation of Western imperialism, which I sort of kind of can see. In the sense that everything is positioned as byproduct of the West. Yes, exactly. That is what I said as well. Everything is a byproduct of the West. Everything is dictated by the West. Everything was moved by the West. Everything else is just a piece in the all-powerful hand of the West. I like the rants. Yeah? Maybe it should be my main thing, ranting. Maybe I should become a rant streamer and create a rant sauna. And whatever. Let's face it, my real face is my rant sauna. I don't need a drawn rant sauna. All I have to do is show my face. It's in this context that the term West-plaining has emerged. I don't like this term because I don't think identity inherently determines whether someone's position is correct, and because outside of the usual criticisms, NATO expansion in Europe and its approach to Russia has been a failure, as many post-Soviet leftists agree. And also there are many people that There are many people that are from the so-called West that have perfectly fine opinions. They have a knowledge base, they've studied the subject, they are interested in knowing about what they're talking about, and they are worth listening to. And you should listen to them, and you should support them whenever you can. Yet there's something to be said about parts of the Western left being both loud and wrong about the invasion while ignoring leftists living under Putin's sphere of influence regarding the material realities of their respective countries. And also I have to add, okay, because I feel from my perspective that it's important to add, maybe my sense of left and right is skewed because I come from this part of the world, and I will admit that the way you view left and right will be a little bit different depending on where you live. But from my perspective, there are actual left-wing content creators online that have perfectly good opinions on Ukraine. Like, there are content creators that are in my mind, I'm not, maybe not leftists per se, but left-wing, and they have very good opinions on the war. So let's not lose track. Let's not lose sight of that as well. Breaking news, breaking news. Western left is discovering that modern Russia is the byproduct of the Soviet Empire and also the Russian Empire. Keg W, true. Breaking. The news are in fact so breaking that I feel broken by them. Yet there's something to be said about parts of the Western left being both loud and wrong about the invasion while ignoring leftists living under Putin's sphere of influence regarding the material realities of their respective countries. Why does this matter? Because without a unified showing of international solidarity with the victims of this war, or any effective anti-war efforts, it will only grow uglier and more lives will be lost. Well, this is an article from 2022, so I wasn't sure whether I was alone in these frustrations, so I spoke with other leftists from ex-Soviet countries about how and why parts of the Western left are failing not just in their analysis of the Russian invasion, but also in their solidarity. Here's what they had to say. The below interviews have been edited for length and clarity. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. The world has changed. We can no longer use a unipolar framework to understand it. Oksana Duchak, 34, is a sociologist studying female labor in the context of capitalism and co-editor of the left-wing Ukrainian journal Common Struggle. Normally based in Kiev, she is currently in Western Ukraine. I'm going to be talking about Western Ukraine tonight. Oh God. This is when we're going to be talking about the news, finally, because we have a lot to talk about. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what. There's a lot to talk about once more. You would not believe just how much there is to talk about. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. In the meantime, invite all of your friends, colleagues, and spouses to this stream and consider donating. I'll be right back. I'm gonna toilet. And, you know. Oh. I'm back. The side chat got so quiet. Alright, I'm back. Like the US has a lot of influence, but it is not as simple as to say that they are the sole movers, the sole cause. Yeah, it is not. It's never that easy. It's never that simple. And that is how you get brainless narratives. That is how you get into the whole campism thing. That is how you arrive at. Thank you, Incub. That is how you arrive at leftists that are anti-war and also somehow anti-Ukraine. It's ridiculous. I think non-smoker is such an example of a leftist that is anti-Ukraine in practice. What was evident from the beginning of the war was that many leftists, not only Western ones, used dogmatic slogans instead of analysis. Yes, thank you. And that was true in 2022 when this article was written, and that is unfortunately still true to this day. Jordan has donated $5. They said FIDO Fund. Thank you for the FIDO Fund. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot, and I think Fido appreciates it even more. You know what? Even more, I appreciate your presence here. I appreciate you being here to listen to my rants. I'll be going to Ukraine soon, so every single dollar counts. Every single dollar counts. Think of the children. Okay? Think of the children. But yes, slogans instead of analysis. That is the biggest problem. Of course, alright, I'm gonna say that this can go too far, and there is a sort of I have noticed within certain spheres of creators, I'm not gonna name them, I'm gonna describe it, and I'm gonna see if any creators come to your mind when I describe the negative things that I have noticed. There is a certain subset of political commentators that will take a situation and analyze it, but do it in such a way as to completely, how should I put it, suck out the humanity out of it. They treat humans like numbers. They dryly treat everything as a collection of facts. They will approach death of civilians, war crimes, and anything else with this dry demeanor of, it's hard for me to explain it, but there's a lack of humanity in the analysis, and you cannot just separate the humanity from the analysis, okay? And just treat people and events as statistics to analyze, if that makes sense. Is to logically call the analyze. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if you thought of any content creators when I described this, but basically there is this sort of phenomenon existing in the air, in this sphere, in this space. So I thought I'd mention it. So slogans instead of analysis. They didn't even bother analyzing what was happening on the ground, and instead have been repeating the same old truth that has stopped being relevant some years ago. I also didn't realize how different the situation would be now. However, the world has changed. We can no longer use a unipolar framework to understand it, at least on the regional level. We are now speaking of another hegemony and imperial power. Statistically speaking, yes, Vladimir Putin is bad. Getting treated as a number is better than getting forgotten altogether. Sometimes getting treated as a number basically means being forgotten altogether, you know? Like, if you say today village A was attacked, 5 casualties. You're a number. You're forgotten very quickly. Very quickly you get forgotten. Welcome back, Greater Rain. Where is it? Where was I? Oh, there we go. I found my way. Luckily, it's not everyone. Like, there's a difference between reading in an article, kids die, 15 children died, 15 children were hurt. Well, I'm gonna go to my main topic of what I do in Ukraine. Like, it becomes a totally different conversation when you have an article about an attack. Russia bombed Kyiv. 15 people died, 5 of them were children. And when you have a conversation of young Dmitry told me about how he goes every day to study, to practice football, and his dream is to become a professional player. But one day, his house was bombed and all the floors above him have caved in, and ever since then he was not able to come out of his apartment, his new apartment, because he is always scared. And all the friends that he has in the playground have died because they have been victim to the recent attack. And he said that he misses his friends and that he does not know what to do. I just made this story up on the fly, but you see how it sort of creates a little bit of a different conversation, you know? When you sort of get into the individual situations and individual stories of, like, you have to understand that the life of a child in Ukraine is the life of a person that potentially regularly loses their friends, for example. You know, I used to have this many friends, but now I keep losing them because they die, right? And that is also a very difficult thing to tackle with for children. The fact that they are losing very young children or just losing their friends. And it's a thing that you can discuss not just in the context of war in Ukraine. It is definitely a big thing that you can discuss in the conflicts within the context of other current conflict, other situations that are happening across the world currently. Okay, let's continue. Luckily, it's not everyone. Many people analyzed and condemned what was happening instantly, but there is also this kind of logic when people recognize that yes, Russia is doing bad things, but at the same time, they're trying to explain its actions by referring to the actions of NATO and Western countries, which is kind of weird because it denies agency to Russia, and any country has the option to not react to provocation. Also, I will again say that there are commentators that, when it comes to the topic of Ukraine specifically, in my mind, they are left-wing. They analyze the situation in Ukraine through the lens of the history of the region, of the geopolitics of the region. It's not always through the lens of the West, NATO provocation, etc. There are people that do it in a different way, and I think you should appreciate them. Okay? I think you should appreciate those people for their work. I also understand where it comes from. Since the 90s, we have lived in a single hegemony. Yet, this is precisely why the materialist left should analyze material reality and see how the power dynamics are changing. But Lucy, I was told by the internet left that I should express my empathy and humanity for every Palestinian life that has been lost, not the Ukrainian ones. Well, unfortunate as it is, I think it's okay. We could go into how much disservice to the Palestinian cause this sort of attitude does, but I think we all understand it here. I don't think I have to go into a whole rant about it. Hmm. Okay. This is partially due to a very Western-centric way of thinking. Oh yeah, unfortunately, I have, those are like pro-NATO life that has been, well, it's like, I suppose that's not that important ones. True. But I have, unfortunately, been exposed to that sort of like very Western-centric way of thinking. That is unfortunately true. Today, for example, I came across an online event organized by a British leftist group on the Ukrainian situation, and there was not a single Ukrainian person speaking. I remember that actually. I think I remember that actually. Because again, this is an article from 2022, so I can pull out my hindsight is 2020 hat and talk about how I remember this happening. There are speakers from the decolonization perspective, but not a single person from Ukraine. This points to some systemic mistakes in how we construct leftist knowledge. For example, a very prominent creator called Hassan Piker, I don't think he has to date, I don't think he talked to any Ukrainian person to date on his show, and he has expressed some pretty strong opinions on Ukraine. So that would be a pretty big example of what is being talked about in this old article. That is good. That is good, Jordan. It's sad because we have had years to establish a serious anti-war movement to critique the Ukrainian invasion. Maria, 36, is an academic working on the Soviet legacy of the early revolutionary period from a Russian town close to the border of eastern Ukraine. She's currently based in London. I think what has been frustrating is that even 8 years ago, after the seizure of Crimea and all the events which then took place in the Donbass region, some of us here in London tried to bring the unfolding conflict to people's attention. There have been protests, publications, and attempts to launch the debate on how the West should react to this. The same happened with Russia's involvement in Syria and support of Assad there. We found that it was very hard to not only organize an anti-war movement, but also to have a serious discussion about the role of Russia, because apparently the anti-war position is not condemning the aggressor for some reason, which is pretty ridiculous. Destiny doesn't want to talk with Hassan. Destiny is not Ukrainian, okay? We reached out to the Stop the War Coalition, which we think would have been a good place to start as they protested against the Iraq war, but the group completely ignored us and supported the narrative of the Russian government about Syria and Ukraine. Overall, I think the tendency was just to blame the US in all this conflict and ignore the shift in geopolitical infrastructures after 1991 and the dangers they might bring. I think you can link this to Nazism and parliamentary groups in Ukraine and the exaggerated narrative about them. There is no Nazi president of Ukraine, nor there's actually a a Jewish president of Ukraine, nor a Nazi party in power. However, as a consequence of this war, the ideas might gain more popularity not only in Ukraine but also in Russia. Violence produces violence, and the longer this war goes on, the worse it is for the entire post-Soviet space. My space as well. Destiny is too busy dealing with serious accusations made against them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nationalism gets even more aggressive and people feel more patriotic because war tends to militarize minds. It's sad because we had years to establish a serious anti-war movement to critique the Ukrainian invasion more coherently, both politically and theoretically. Still, we lost this time because instead we watched different marginal left groups competing over this kind of anti-NATO discourse. Now, it is clear how this anti-NATO discourse is helpless to tackle what is going on. I think this has been the most frustrating thing to see overall regarding the left, especially in the UK, which has a strong tradition of anti-war movements and international solidarity. We will be talking about the UK today. This might just be my next topic. I might mention the UK shortly, right after it's gonna be a thing, okay? It's definitely going to be a thing. Is the UK a relevant country? To the news that I'll be talking about? Yes. Another issue is that many contemporary left groups support Putin because they still identify Russia as the Soviet Union. So they think that it's actually struggles with Nazism, and they fail to understand that Russia now is a different state, that the Soviet Union collapsed. And the Soviet Union was not that great to begin with, so the Russian Federation is a different state, and while of course it draws on some Soviet aspirations, this is mostly a cynical ideological attempt to reclaim the Russian imperialist agenda of the 19th century. Putin borrows many Stalinist and post-Stalinist ideas, as well as also plays with the memory of the Second World War and the anti-fascist movement. Essentially what he wants is to seize Ukraine and create a new state, a union of the Russian Federation, Belarus and Ukraine. There's been a lack of engagement with the left in Eastern Europe and in post-Soviet countries. Yeah, I know. I know that there's been a lack of engagement with me. I agree. I am the Eastern European leftist and I have been left in the dust. Have you noticed? Have you noticed how neglected I am? I feel very sad about it. It is the saddest thing ever. There's nothing sadder in the world. Oh man. Severia Bielitskite, 28, is an NGO worker from Lithuania who lives in London. I think there's been a tendency to navel gaze within some factions of the British left, and over time, that means people don't really understand the perspectives of leftists from Eastern Europe or post-Soviet countries. Either that or they romanticize the Soviet Union. One example of this was when people reluctant to even talk about Ukraine and Russian aggression in the years leading up to the invasion. You should email Novara and demand to become the Eastern Europe correspondent. Hold on. Hold on. This is... Is this a good outlet? Is Novara Media a good outlet? I could unironically contact them and send them my new article. I wrote it in English. Do you think it could be a good idea? I don't know much about this outlet. Okay, let's go. Perhaps our energy should be going into looking at how we can build alliances with the left in Ukraine and support them in whatever happens next. I've said the same to my comrades in Lithuania. Something that the Ukrainian left has called for its alleviating debt, which comes under the critique of the global financial system that the Western left is great at analyzing. So why aren't we amplifying those calls? Pussy Hazard was treated very bad, especially by Twitch. Like, why is nobody promoting leftist content creators on the leftist platform? True. It's because I'm Jewish, isn't it? There we go. I've solved this puzzle. It's because I'm Jewish. That is why Twitch hates me. I have a brilliant sense of humor. Something that the Ukrainian left has called for, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I already read this part. What I've been talking about with other Lithuanians is what we essentially need to disentangle ourselves a little from the Western leftist thought and start developing our own links across ex-Soviet countries. That could be interesting. That could be interesting in the content creator sphere. Because many Western leftists are anti-establishment, I wonder if they feel they must see some value in what Russia is doing. Yeah, because Russia is so anti-establishment. If you're anti-establishment, you definitely should be pro-Russia. Twitch hates you because you don't blindly support Hassan Piker. Aizada Arestanbek, 27, is a sociology PhD student from Kazakhstan who is based in New York. Because I study sociology, I think about how people tend to think in binaries a lot of the time, and it helps them to oversimplify a situation. But doing so also makes them prone to choosing sides, feeling like they have to be pro something or anti something. Because many Western leftists are anti-establishment, I wonder if they feel they must see some value in what Russia is doing. Many see the Ukrainian invasion as a conflict between two actors, but they don't realize that all of this has a chain reaction across the region. Central Asia, Georgia, Armenia, some people are standing Zelensky, while others say death to Putin. But all of this overlooks the systems that normalize totalitarianism. Russia is just anti-West, not anti-establishment. It's just a different type of establishment. I mean, the Russian authoritarian government is the establishment. A big concern for me is how the war will affect Central Asia and how the region may become collateral damage. We're talking specifically about the collapse of very fragile economies and poor people getting poorer and lacking access to many things. Then, there is the fear that many people have in Central Asia and specifically in Kazakhstan because we share a long border with Russia about where Putin's eyes will fall next. And then we're also thinking about how people are now relocating from Russia to Central Asia and how this throws us back in a lot of our own post-Soviet processes and struggles, specifically when it relates to language and the decolonial social movements. All of these things are incredibly important, and they are going to echo in the region for decades to come. But this doesn't seem very interesting to anyone outside the Central Asian and post-Soviet regions. I would say I would love to be able to say, well, you know what, it's interesting to me, so I'm talking about her, but then I just remember that I am actually from a post-Soviet region, sort of. So I guess the point still stands. I guess the point still very sadly and solemnly stands about the fact of the matter, about the situation. So I promised you a talk about I've made a promise. Okay, I've made a big promise to you, and I intend to keep it. I promise to talk about the UK, your favorite country in the world, your favorite country that used to be an empire and used to screw over everybody and create a whole bunch of problems. Then some politician in Russia basically threatened war with Kazakhstan. Russian politicians threaten war with everybody every day, or nuclear annihilation, or anything in between. So that does not surprise me in the slightest. Also, okay, if you like what I do, if you like my politics, if you like this stream, which I am sincerely hoping that you are enjoying so far, then consider joining this page. This page, okay? Consider it. Medvedev did it. Yeah, of course Medvedev did it. That drunkard. Yeah, he is the yeah. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Okay, that's also like the stream. That's also a thing that I would like to ask you to do. We are going to talk about Iran. Don't worry. I have not forgotten about Iran. I actually am very, very conscious of the Iran topic. But first, let us talk about refugees. How do you feel about refugees? Are you anti-refugee? Do you feel like the refugees have gone too far? Do you feel like the immigrants are invading your country? The immigrants are invading wherever you live? But it's time to talk, okay? It's time to talk refugees. The Guardian. Which outlet am I choosing? Depends what they're running from. Or this is from The Guardian. Can I actually view The Guardian without having paid? No, I cannot. The Guardian has a paywall. Oh, unfortunate. Isn't there a free movement? We're gonna go to free movement. The page called the free movement. Data. There you go. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Gonna talk about it now. So, War refugees. As someone from Bradford, I feel that the more white parts of England have gone weirdly obsessed with race in a way, us lot who are familiar with diversity just aren't. It's always the seaside towns in England that are the most racist. The economy of these towns is not great, and they blame immigrants who often don't live in these areas. True. And also, immigrants often just contribute to the economy, but that's neither here nor there. What I'm here to talk about is that I'm not sure if you were aware, many European countries, Poland has received a lot of Ukrainian refugees, people that have run away from war. They wanted to keep their loved ones safe. They wanted their kids not to die in a bombing. They wanted to pursue a new, safer life away from war. And that is understandable, right? I think it's not unreasonable to say that if you suffer from war, you should be able to leave and start a new life somewhere else, away from the horrors that it entails. Is that safe to say? Is that fair of me to say? Okay. So I'm not sure if you're aware. I'm not sure if this has been talked about anywhere else than here. I'm not sure if this has been breached by any other content creator. But, okay. I'm not entirely sure if this has been a topic breached by any other content creator. But England has started, let's not mince words, England has started refusing Ukrainian asylum seekers, Ukrainian refugees. And I'm going to quickly ask you, what do you think the grounds are for the UK to start refusing Ukrainian refugees? I'm going to give you 10 seconds to reply. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to give me your guesses as to why England started refusing Ukrainian refugees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times up. It's because, and I kid you not, Western Ukraine is relatively safe. That's right. Western Ukraine is safe, and therefore it's okay. Western Ukraine is safe, and therefore it's fine to just don't let them in anymore. It's not a joke. I know it sounds like a parody. I know it sounds like a farce. It sounds like some kind of a cheap joke. But no, actually. The argument goes, Western Ukraine is actually safe, and therefore it's okay to refuse Ukrainian refugees. Safe until, you know what, many places in Ukraine are safe. I remember talking to a person in Ukraine about this. Like when I told them, I always thought that this place was pretty safe, and they told me, yeah, safe until it isn't. Okay? In war, no place is truly safe. Everybody thought that Lviv was safe. Last year, I believe, that everybody was saying how safe Ukraine is, how it's all good, how you don't have to worry. And then a family was bombed in their own apartment and died in their sleep, I believe, in Lviv, the place that is so, so safe. So let us read a little bit about it, because it's that is sort of one of those things that infuriate me the most. freemovement.org.uk. The Home Office is refusing Ukrainians' protection claims and telling them to leave the UK because, and also already I've heard from people that the way Ukrainian refugees were treated in the UK was not the best to begin with. So apparently the UK has not had the best track record of treating Ukrainian refugees to begin with. Recently, a Ukrainian national got in touch with me to raise concerns about mass refusals of asylum humanitarian protection claims within the community. As I have been predicting for a while, he told me that many people have been driven into the asylum system through a fear of being forced to return to Ukraine and the lack of certainty regarding their long-term future in the UK, in particular prompted by the exclusion of leave under the Ukrainian schemes from the long residence route. He told me that many of these claims had recently been refused in what appeared to be standardized responses. The Home Office is telling people that they can return to the western regions of Ukraine and that they had 14 days to leave the UK or they would be removed, although their existing leave under Appendix Ukraine is not being cancelled. I was put in contact with one person whose claim has been refused. His story is shared with permission below. Once I started looking into it, it quickly became clear that the Home Office has indeed changed its position on the safety of Ukraine earlier this year and started refusing protection claims in much higher numbers than in previous years. So let's go. Let's look at the data. They don't like immigrants? No. In fact, fear-mongering about immigration, I believe, was one of the setting points of Brexit. Since 2022, there have been 1,698 Ukrainian asylum claims by main applicants, representing 2,727 people once dependents are included. 902 of those have been made in the 12 months ending March 2025. There have been 436 claims granted humanitarian protection since the beginning of 2022 and 21 grants of refugee status. 359 claims have been withdrawn, 252 of those explicitly withdrawn, and the rest deemed withdrawn by the Home Office. In the end of March 2025, there were 862 Ukrainian asylum claims waiting for a decision. 235 of those had been waiting over 6 months. There have only been 79 refusals in total since the beginning of 2022. However, 60 of those refusals happened in the first 3 months of this year. The Home Office has obviously changed its position. We can see from the below chart that although the number of claims remains relatively low compared to some other countries, more cases were refused than were granted in the first 3 months of this year. And it seems that the figure for April to June may be even higher once published, given the number of pending claims and the Home Office's changed position. Ukrainian asylum claims versus decisions. Claims, granted protection, withdrawals, refusals. Oh, so in 2025, the number of refusals have clearly overcome the number of claims, as you can see from the graph. Changes to the country policy and information notes. The obvious place to check for changes in the country policy and information notes. In January this year, the Home Office published new guidance on the humanitarian situation, as well as version 2.0 of its guidance, Ukraine Security Situation. Both documents would no doubt benefit from a detailed review and analysis, but taking a brief look at the guidance, of the humanitarian situations does raise some questions about what exactly people would be returning to at the moment. The Home Office's position is set out in the executive summary as: in general, the humanitarian situation in Ukraine is not so severe that there are substantial grounds for believing that there is a real risk of serious harm because conditions amount to torture or inhuman or degrading treatment as defined in paragraph 339C and 339CA. Even though, as we know, or at least as I know, Ukrainian cities are being bombed every day, or at least very, very regularly. And the west of Ukraine is not an exception of that. It might be bombed less. I will admit that it happens less, but it still happens. Okay? Humanitarian conditions across the country vary, with Kyiv and the western oblasts experiencing comparatively better conditions than areas near the front line, where challenges are more severe. However, overall basic needs for food, water, hygiene, shelter, and heating are being met. Yeah, but cities are being bombed. Like, again, I'm just gonna do a cursory Google. Lviv family da bombed in apartment. CNN, near the end of last year. Okay? In Ukraine's supposed safe haven city, an entire family is wiped out by a Russian missile strike. Writing in her college application letter, Darina Bazilevich described her family as incredibly close-knit and harmonious. She spoke of her parents' infinite support and the way they told stories about Ukraine's history to her and her sisters. They are the strongest pillar in my life, and they helped me overcome any obstacle, she wrote. Of the 5 members of her family, only Yaroslav, Darina's father, is now alive, a lone survivor of a Russian strike on their home in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv on Wednesday. According to eyewitnesses, Darina, 18, her sisters Yarina, 21, and Emilia, 7, and their 43-year-old mother, Yevgenia, were killed while sheltering in the staircase of the residential building. The Ukrainian Emergency Services said, "It is likely that Yaroslav survived only because he was in the family apartment when the missile hit the building. He popped over to grab some water for the family. It was him who went because the staircase was meant to be the safe place." So there you have it. I guess it's time to refuse the asylum seekers because just go back to Western Ukraine. It's safe. Don't worry about it. It's cool. You don't have to worry about a thing. There's just nothing to worry about, right? You don't have to. Just don't worry about it. Out of sight, out of mind. Just refuse those pesky asylum seekers. It's fine. It's still gonna be good. There's no need to worry. There is a cause for concern about the safety and conditions of any return in many sections of the main body of the report. At paragraph 3.1.8, the report notes that in January 2025, there were an estimated 12.7 million people, including 2 million children, in need of humanitarian assistance in Ukraine. So yeah. Because of a loss of housing stock from Russian attacks in 2025, it is estimated that 6.9 million people, or 18% of the population, will require shelter and other assistance. Foreign insecurity was projected to affect 5 million people. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs 2025 reported noted, Ukraine's economy in 2024 remains heavily impacted by the war, with businesses and livelihood activities badly affected, particularly in regions heavily reliant on agriculture and industry. Relentless airstrikes and artillery bombardments have devastated Ukraine's industrial hubs in the eastern regions, rendering substantial parts of the country's economic infrastructure inoperable. In urban areas, the collapse of local economies and insurance and insecurity have forced many businesses to close, in some cases temporarily, or reduce operations. Paragraph 5.1.2 says that people can internally relocate within Ukraine, and suggests Kiev and surrounding region, or the western oblasts furthest from the direct conflict. For example, Czerniwice, Zakarpattia, Ternopil, Rivne, Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, or Volyn, that are in general safe and offer more access to essential services and humanitarian support. The position on Kyiv certainly seems unsustainable, I would know. I have not checked the other regions to see whether they are safe or if they even have the infrastructure to accept internally displaced people without them living in situations that may breach Article 3. It seems at least possible that country expert evidence, independent of the Home Office, may come to a different conclusion on the viability of these other locations as safe option and what conditions internally displaced people would face if returned there. That is true. That is true. Mikhailo's story. So we get to the story of the rejected person, I suppose. The rejected claim. I lived in Kyiv all my life. On February 24, the full-scale war began and I was woken up by a series of explosions. Since then, Kyiv and the rest of Ukraine have been bombarded by drones, ballistic and cruise missiles. There were several strikes near my home. The Russians were targeting the armored vehicle plant. I saw clouds of black smoke from my window after the explosions. Sleeping in Kyiv is very difficult. Constant air raid sirens at night, bursts of automatic gunfire, explosions from air defense missiles, and Russian rockets and the drones. When my wife and I were getting married, we were choosing a dress and an air raid siren went off. We were just walking down the street. No one paid attention to the siren because it would sometimes sound 10 times a day. But on that day, we heard several very loud explosions overhead and people began to scatter. I saw a few missiles and white trails in the sky from them. It was very loud. We hid in an underpass with other pedestrians. One night, my wife and I were woken up by a loud rumble. I will never forget that sound, like a jet flying right overhead. It was a cruise missile. The next morning, they showed a destroyed section of a multi-story building. 2 people died. Thank God it wasn't my wife. I thank God it wasn't my wife and me. Because of this, we were forced to leave Ukraine. And this thing is just getting worse, by the way. The bombardments in Kyiv, I can certainly attest, are getting worse. I was in Ukraine recently when one of the worst bombardments took place. 28 people died, hundreds of people injured. I arrived in the UK in September 2023 on a Homes for Ukraine visa, using a legal and safe route as required by British law. I have been living in Scotland ever since. My wife arrived later. Her Homes for Ukraine visa application took 4.5 months to process, during which I contacted every humanitarian organization I could, wrote to my MP, and called the Home Office hotline. The answer was always wait during this time. I spoke to many other Ukrainians who had waited 8 months or even over a year. In Ukraine, I worked as a doctor, but here I cannot work as a doctor immediately, as I must go through a complex and lengthy process of diploma recognition, which takes a minimum of 2 to 3 years with no guarantee of success. So I'm working as a support worker while studying at university. As you can see, I was forced to restart my career from scratch, even though I had already spent 8 years studying medicine. In November 2024, the UK government excluded Ukrainian visas from any route to indefinite leave to remain. I have had to start my life from a clean slate here, and if I am forced to leave, I will have to rebuild my life for the third time from scratch. I also do not feel safe returning to Ukraine, considering the constant shelling of our cities and the unwillingness to offer any real security guarantees for Ukraine. Russia has signed ceasefires before and then attacked again with even greater force. I do not want to live through another invasion. I decided to apply for humanitarian protection. This route is for those not persecuted by the government, but for whom it is still unsafe to return to their country. In December 2024, I submitted my application, and that same month I had my first interview. It was purely formal. My name, where I am from, why I'm seeking asylum. The second interview took place in May 2025. On that day, the Russians bombed Kyiv again. 2 people were killed and 7 injured. In April 2025 alone, 15 people died in Kyiv and 102 were injured. Anyone who goes to sleep may not wake up the next day or may wake up under rubble. I was extremely anxious. The last time I felt that anxious was during an exam at medical university. As it turned out, my anxiety was not unfounded. The interview was really more like an interrogation, a very unpleasant experience. The interview lasted 2.5 hours. 1.5 weeks later, I received a letter from the Home Office. They had refused to grant me humanitarian protection and told me to leave the United Kingdom or face forced deportation to Lviv or Kyiv. Because we all know Kyiv is now extremely safe. And as for Lviv, it is relatively safe. Until it's not, as I think I've illustrated by the story of the family killed by a missile. It's hard to describe how I felt when my claim was refused, especially since Ukrainians are called refugees by every news outlet. I was denied because the western regions of Ukraine are considered safe, even though that claim doesn't reflect reality. Missiles also strike there, and there are no guarantees I won't be killed. Russian missiles have the range to strike any city in Ukraine, and there are not enough air defense missiles or launchers. Even if a Russian missile or drone is shot down, it doesn't protect people from shrapnel. People are constantly killed because of this. Another reason I was refused is because I didn't apply for asylum in Poland or Dublin on my way to the UK. I have never been to Dublin. I clearly stated my route from Gdańsk to Glasgow, and it is documented in the interview transcript. I think the Home Office work simply copied it from a previous applicant's case. I spoke with my lawyer, and she told me that almost all Ukrainian applications are currently being rejected. That same day, I contacted another lawyer and got a similar answer. Many rejections, but they said they would see whether in my case it's worth submitting an appeal. I personally know another Ukrainian who ended up in the same situation as me. Despite all the hardships, I want to thank the people and government of the United Kingdom for what they have done for my country, my people, me, and my family overall. I'm glad that I had the opportunity to tell my story. But so yeah. This is the same shit they argue for other refugees, by the way. Yeah, I know. I am very sadly aware that is of the situation. I am aware of what's happening. Conclusion. People in the UK with leave under Appendix Ukraine are currently safe, but they are certainly not secure. Short-term visas make it more difficult for people to get jobs and to rent property, and displaced Ukrainians are more than twice as likely as the general population to experience homelessness. The situation in Ukraine remains dangerous in many parts and very unstable, as seen with the position in Kyiv. The government's position can be compared to that taken on Syria or Afghanistan recently, where protection claims are either not processed or are refused, despite the facts arguably not supporting that position. The problem, as ever, will be with challenging these refusals. Many of the applicants are unlikely to be eligible for legal aid because they are working private asylum work, in particular appeals, is expensive and given to the Home Office sensibly does not seem to be taking any decisions to cancel the leave already held by the Ukrainians, although the letters do inappropriately tell them to leave the UK within 2 weeks. There is less of an incentive to pursue this option. There is certainly no easy answers here. Ukraine's position that it wants there are certainly no easy answers here. Ukraine's position that it wants its nationals to return and rebuild once it's safe again is completely understandable, and I am sure that many people will want to do so. But the desire for stability by people who are here is also understandable. We have no idea how and when a return to Ukraine will be possible, and in the meantime, the situation for Ukrainians like Mikhailo in the UK remains difficult and uncertain. So we are reaching the situation in which not only the West, the so-called West, is de facto abandoning Ukraine, especially the United States under Donald Trump, but we are also witnessing a situation in which, let's just say that now refugees are being refused and told to return to Ukraine because certain parts of it are deemed much safer than the others. Ridiculous. And I feel like I've not seen anybody talk about this, about the fact that now suddenly Ukraine is safe, you can just go home. War? What war? I never heard of her. What war? Don't worry about it. Everything's pretty safe, isn't it? So that's one of the topics that I wanted to tackle. Let's just... Okay, I'm gonna go quickly to the toilet and then we're gonna talk about Iran because I do have some Iran news for you. So if you're interested in the unfolding conflict, Iran, Israel, United States, then I'm gonna be right back. Well, hold on. What do you mean, thanks? I'm just going to the toilet and then I'm right back and I'm gonna continue. We're not done. We have quite a few things to talk about yet. What is this? Thank you. Why are you thanking me? Be right back. Also, if you like what I do, etc., then consider joining this page and supporting my trip to Ukraine. Think of the children, please. Think of the children. Think of it. Think of them. Please think of the children. The children. Oh, all right. I have returned. Anybody that's still here, please make yourselves known. Please make yourselves known to me, all of you that are still here. Hello, Incub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anybody else? Beautiful 5. Oh, and I see that the money has been updating correctly on the upper screen. See, $15. The money goal has been updating correctly. That is a very nice sign. I like what I'm seeing. All right, let's continue. To CNN. No, hold on. Let me see. This CNN. Ooh. We're gonna go through updates. How's that? How does that sound? I'm gonna get a pocket of updates. Update pack, so to speak. World Health Organization delivers first medical aid to Gaza since March as UN issues grim warning. Trucks carrying humanitarian aid arrive Beit Lahiya, Gaza on Wednesday. The World Health Organization said it was able to deliver 9 truckloads of essential medical supplies into Gaza on Wednesday. Well, there's a lot of food missing still, so apparently there's a little bit of a famine in Gaza. The first such shipment since the beginning of March. The aid included 2,000 units of blood and 1,500 units of plasma. As agencies struggle to distribute the limited aid that is allowed into Gaza, the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said Wednesday that Enclave's entire population was projected to face high levels of acute food insecurity, with nearly half a million facing what it called catastrophic levels of food insecurity. Catastrophic, so a famine. Let's not mince words here. A famine. OCHA said Thursday that to meet humanitarian needs and help reduce looting, it is essential to get more humanitarian and essential commercial goods into Gaza and to facilitate their safe distribution across the Strip. OCHA added that 6 out of 17 attempts to coordinate humanitarian movements inside Gaza were outright rejected by the Israeli authorities. More on Gaza aid. The privately run and controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation said that it had been only the humanitarian organization permitted to distribute food aid in the territory on Thursday. Our hope is this will be a temporary pause, and all other aid organizations will soon be able to resume distribution in the region. Its interim executive director John Akri said. An Israeli official confirmed to CNN that only GHF had distributed aid on Thursday. An Israeli agency that handles the transfer of aid into Gaza, COGAT, said Wednesday that 150 humanitarian aid trucks carrying food, baby food, and formula, as well as medical supplies and medications, had been transferred to northern and southern Gaza. On the same day, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz claimed that Hamas was once again seizing control over humanitarian aid entering the northern Gaza Strip and ordered the Israeli military to present an action plan to prevent Hamas from taking aid within 48 hours. There we have it. And now Iran. Iranian president says response to Israeli strikes avoided uncontrollable war. In other words, that Iran was restrained in its response, which prevented the worst. That is basically what is being said here. So we don't have to dwell on it. We don't have to do a full-blown analysis. This is the situation. Speaker Johnson is looking at ways to limit classified intel lawmakers can receive. This one's interesting, considering that Intel has clearly said that Iran was not on the way of getting a nuke. Also the Intel said that the US strikes did far less damage than projected at the beginning, for which the media has been heavily criticized for reporting on that leak. House Speaker Mike Johnson said Friday he is looking at ways to limit classified information lawmakers can receive after President Donald Trump said he wants to restrict the flow of intelligence going forward because intelligence has criticized his strikes as not as effective as he boasted them to be. That is in my opinion, the sole reason. We're looking into that. It's a real problem, Johnson told CNN. Johnson did not rule out eliminating classified briefings for the entire House going forward. God. It probably affects what we are able to be told because there are real risks to that. So it's unfortunate it affects how the institution works, and that's a problem. So we got to address it, he said. According to an early U.S. Defense Intelligence assessment that was described by 7 people briefed on it, the U.S. military strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program, and likely only set it back by months, as CNN and others reported. So basically, Trump does not want anything that would contradict his, let's face it, propaganda to leak. When Trump says that it's been obliterated, he wants everybody to believe that it's been obliterated. All intel be damned. So if any intel contradicts that, well, then he will look into ways to limit that intel. Of course, makes perfect sense. So that is the new task of Speaker Johnson, his new homework. Let me see. House Speaker urges Tehran to engage in good faith talks after U.S. strikes dealt substantial setback. Make classified briefings great again? True. That is true. That is what is happening here. Israeli Defense Minister says military preparing enforcement plan against Iran. Uh-oh. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says he's instructed the military to prepare an enforcement plan against Iran following the 12-day conflict which saw Israel kill military targets and pound the country's nuclear sites. We eliminated senior security officials and leading scientists advancing the nuclear program, he said. A word of caution to the toothless serpent's head in Tehran. Operation Rising Lion was only the preview of a new Israeli policy. After October 7th, immunity is over. Yeah, because I guess it's always about October 7th forever now. If you ask me, Commander, what is the decisive element of victory? Is it Natanz? Is it 80 surface-to-surface missile launchers? Is it aircraft over Tehran wherever we choose? It is aircraft over Tehran wherever we choose. That's a significant decisive component. Therefore, we need to get there, and we need to create the impact that will make them feel exposed, finished. And if you ask me, what will bring us to that point? It's only one thing: superiority, superiority, and once again, superiority. Trump says he'd absolutely consider bombing Iranian nuclear sites again. Because, of course, why not? President Donald Trump said Friday he would absolutely consider bombing Iranian nuclear sites again if he thought it necessary. Sure, without question, absolutely, it has to be unbelievable, Trump told reporters in the White House briefing room when asked specifically if he would consider bombing the country if future intelligence reports offered a concerning conclusion to Iranian enrichment of uranium. Trump said he does not believe that Iran can go back into nuclear anytime soon, following last weekend's US strikes on their nuclear sites. I mean, I keep hearing very, very contradicting versions on just how much Iran has been set back when it comes to its nuclear program. Months, years, decades. Their facilities have been a little bit damaged, severely damaged, totally obliterated. Many versions. Look, Lucy, let's be real here. Operation Rising Lion should be called Operation Rising Trump. I mean, in a way, is Trump not a rising lion? Is Trump not a rising lion in a way? I mean, like he's His Rising Majesty Donald Trump. Yeah, I write a rising lion. The administration has continued to project confidence in the success of the strikes, but has not offered intelligence to support Trump's claim that Iran's nuclear program was, in his words, obliterated. So, of course, it seems like the intelligence is in fact contradicting that claim and that Trump is looking into ways to limit the intelligence leaking. The president also said Friday he was not really concerned about secret nuclear sites in Iran when asked about the possibility, suggesting that the country is more focused on survival for the time being. Can I tell you, they're exhausted, and Israel's exhausted too. And I dealt with both of them, and they both wanted it settled, both of them, and we did a great job, but they're exhausted. The last thing they're thinking about right now is nuclear. You know what they're thinking of? They're thinking about tomorrow, trying to live, he said. Of course. Pelosi criticizes Trump for saying Iran's nuclear program was obliterated after classified briefing. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi criticized the whole briefing. Let me just say, I'm almost sorry I went to this briefing because almost everything that was there in the public domain, almost everything what there was there is in the public domain. The California Democrat said, downplaying the substance of the briefing, a little bit additional information. Pelosi also expressed skepticism about the extent of the damage done to Iran's nuclear program after President Donald Trump's claims that the Iran's nuclear sites had been obliterated by the strikes. We do know in the public domain that the enriched uranium is still there, and that was never part of the goal. So let's just say very clearly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, she said. GOP lawmaker says US strikes on Iran were not meant to get rid of Tehran's nuclear material. The purpose of the mission was to eliminate certain particular aspects of the nuclear program. Those were eliminated. Oh, we're moving the goalpost. We are moving the goalpost. We are certainly moving the goalpost. Trump has several times said that Iran had not had the time to move any nuclear material, sort of implying that they did target it. But now it seems that they were not targeting it at all. To get rid of the nuclear material was not part of the mission. I guess the mission just changed. The mission changed. There is enriched uranium in the facilities that moves around, but that was not the intent of the mission. Wait, Trump said that nothing was moved around. He said that nothing was removed. He said that everything's fine. My understanding is most of it is still there, so we need a full accounting. That's why Iran has to come to the table directly with us. So the IAEA can account for every 1 ounce of enriched uranium that's there. I don't think it's going out of the country. I think it's all at the facilities. Trump encourages Iran's supreme leader to tell the truth after Khamenei declared victory. And I feel like I have something here. There we go. It's like 10 minutes. Watch it. Is this the supreme leader's declaration of victory? Is that gonna be it? Is this gonna be it? I wanna see him declare victory. Już. Spokojnie. Everybody's been obliterated. The Stark family has been obliterated, and the Lannister family's been obliterated. Everyone's been obliterated. My king is popping up right now. True. It's like Game of Thrones, but cool and with nuclear. The nuclear Game of Thrones. All right, let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
The US president said that Iran should surrender. That means there's no more enrichment.
Also, there was talk of regime change, so you should be careful. You might be replaced.
It's the question of Iran to be surrendered. To mention the word Iran is too much for the mouth of the US president to even pronounce it, to say it. A great Iran and the word of surrender, they don't match. They don't match with each other. It's a joke. It's a ridiculous thing to say.
Why did I have to ask, what did Trump actually expect from this? What were his expectations?
I would like to congratulate the great nation of Iran I want to congratulate them for a few reasons. First, I would like to congratulate them for victory over the fake regime of the Zionist regime. With all those claims that the Zionist regime were making, they almost were crushed under the blows of the Islamic government.
All right, group chat is back. Bringing back Holly Daggeris. We were just
there you
talking
go.
about the
space. I think they wanted to make a point that this pan is alive, that the
There we go. The declaration of victory. I think this sort of implies that the enrichment is still, I guess, on the table, still going on, and that Trump's attack was not as successful as he thought. That is my read. But let's see. President Donald Trump encouraged Iran's supreme leader to tell the truth after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei declared victory over Israel and the United States. I mean, I don't even know what Trump means when he says to tell the truth, considering that he has told Tulsi Gabbard, his own intelligence head, that she was wrong when she said in a report to the Congress, if I remember correctly, that Iran was not making a nuke. So I'm not sure when Trump says tell the truth, what does that even mean anymore? Look, you're a man of great faith, man who is highly respected in this country, he said. You have to tell the truth. You got beat to hell, and Israel was beat up too. They were both beat up, and it was a great time to end it. It was quick. That is such a silly way to phrase it. You were all beaten up like two kids in a playground. You were all beaten up, and I stepped in. I broke it up. I broke up this fight. It was quick. It was swift. It was all thanks to me. And then he also contradicted his own intelligence's report on the damage caused by his strike. So honestly, I really do not know what he means when he says tell the truth. A lot of hate, a lot of hate. It would be great if they didn't have that hate. But the last thing they're thinking about is nuclear weapons right now. Trump repeats claim that nothing was moved from Iran's nuclear sites. Wait, so... Okay. So, reiterated that nothing was moved. I don't believe that they're going to go back into nuclear anytime soon. They spend over $1 trillion on nuclear, and they've never got it together, and nothing was moved from the site. The nuclear sites, the nuclear program was obliterated. Completely obliterated. Let me see. Catch up on what lawmakers are saying after receiving a classified briefing on Iran and other news. Alright, let's go. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Let me just say I'm almost sorry I went to that briefing. Oh, okay, we already know that. Democratic Rep. Ro Khanna. So a lot of unanswered questions about how long this has actually set back the Iranian nuclear capability, and I still have a very strong view that ultimately we need verification and diplomacy to succeed. The US will not drop sanctions. Trump said he had considered removing sanctions on Iran earlier this week, but the Iranian-led leader's statement claiming victory over Israel and saying he would not surrender to the US caused Trump to abruptly drop those plans because egos have been hurt, and it's not. Guy, what a doofus. During the last few days, I was working on the possible removal of sanctions and other things, which would have given a much better chance to Iran at a full, fast, and complete recovery. The sanctions are biting, but no. Instead, I get hit with a statement of anger, hatred, and disgust, and immediately dropped all work on sanctions relief and more. And more. Oh my god, the art of the deal. Once again, Trump has struck us with the art of the deal. I want to say, what did he expect? What did he expect? That he would just bomb Iran and everything would go his way? Now is the time for peace. The president also claimed that he personally held back Israel and US forces from assassinating Khamenei. I knew exactly where he was sheltered and would not let Israel or the US armed forces, by far the greatest and most powerful in the world, terminate his life. I saved him from a very ugly and ignominious death. I saved them personally. They all wanted to get him. Israel wanted to get him. The US armed forces wanted to get him. And I stepped in like a hero. And I said, no, you cannot get him. It is no time. You cannot kill this man. This man cannot be killed. I declare so. Lawmakers say White House strategy to draw Tehran back to negotiations is not clear. You think? You really think so? It feels pretty clear to me. Another nuclear scientist dead. Satellite imagery appears to show new activity at nuclear facility in Iran. Oh. Huh. Trump should stop the disrespectful tone towards Khamenei if he wants to deal with Iran, foreign minister says. The question is, does the art of the deal guy actually want a deal? Iran's foreign minister said that if US President Donald Trump wants a deal, he should do away with his unacceptable tone towards the supreme leader. You have to tell the truth. You gotta beat the hell. Senate fails to advance Iran war powers resolution. The Senate rejected a Democrat-pushed resolution Friday that aimed to rein the president's ability to use military action against Iran without congressional approval. Senator Tim Kaine, a Virginia Democrat, originally introduced the resolution last week under the War Powers Act of 1973 before President Donald Trump authorized US strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. The resolution would have required congressional approval for any further strikes on Iran that are not in self-defense or due to imminent danger. I think the events of this week have demonstrated that war is too big to be consigned to the decisions of any one person. Kaine said on the Senate floor Friday, war is too big an issue to leave to the moods and the whims and the daily vibes of any one person. I see this as a clear description of a certain man. The vibes and whims of a certain... Well, we all know how often Trump flips up some things. Lawmakers voted against advancing it to the Senate floor, 53 to 47. That was actually pretty close. 6 votes. GOP Senator Rand Paul voted with Democrats to advance the resolution. Democratic Senator John Fetterman voted against it. Friday's vote was a notable departure from a similar war powers vote in 2020 related to Iran, in which 8 Republicans voted with Democrats, 7 of whom are still in the Senate. Across the Capitol, the House could bring up its own Democrat-led war powers resolution after July 4th. Republican Rep. Thomas Massie, who has faced heavy backlash from the administration for criticizing the strikes on Iran, also introduced a war powers resolution as well, but ultimately decided not to bring it up amid a ceasefire in the Iran-Israel conflict. And there we have it. We still don't know just how much these strikes have affected the nuclear facilities. We still do not know just how far the nuclear program has been set back. And we have the vibes. We have the vibes of the American president that feels like it's been obliterated, and that is great, and that the supreme leader of Iran should tell the truth. Truth social. So that's it when it comes to this topic. Oh, I guess I'll be talking about this now. So, Ukraine has signed a very crucial, very important mineral deal. It has been basically coerced into a mineral deal by the United States. It all started with Donald Trump saying that, let's just create a timeline for this. Donald Trump has been claiming that Europe has been gaining back all the money for giving aid to Ukraine, and that the United States in this whole relationship has been used, abused, and taken advantage of that. It has been just giving money to Ukraine without anything in return, and we'll never see that money back, while Europe had a great deal with Ukraine, will receive every penny for the aid that it has given, and it's all great. It's only poor America that has been taken advantage of. And so Trump has devised a very, very abusive mineral deal in which Ukraine would have been de facto deprived of the right to its own natural resources, would have to pay back for all of the aid that the United States have given Ukraine to that point from the revenue that will be made from the resources, minerals, rare earth minerals, and other things like that. The deal was disastrous. Eventually, after many negotiations, many difficult discussions, a tolerable version of the deal has been signed, which, by the way, did not help Ukraine in the slightest, because even though Trump has signed that lucrative mineral deal, his overall course on Ukraine has not shifted. He still is pretty friendly to Russia, Vladimir Putin. He still sort of weirdly, secretly tries to do silly things with sanctions. He diverted 20,000 anti-air missiles from Ukraine to the Middle East. He still criticizes Zelensky far more than Putin, still far more pressure on Ukraine than Russia. It's as if the mineral deal had changed nothing when it comes to the relations of Donald Trump's United States and Ukraine. And now, In fact, Russia has deprived Ukraine of some of those minerals that are part of the deal. Russia captures Ukraine's most promising lithium deposit, says report. So now, in addition to Ukraine having signed a mineral deal with the US that has nothing to show for, like, I'm not sure what exactly Ukraine is supposed to be gaining from this deal from the deal at this point. Now, as part of its military operation, Russia has started seizing the very minerals that are part of the agreement, part of the deal. You know, the thing that the deal was supposed to prevent, by the way, the presence of US business was supposed to be the guarantor that this sort of thing would not happen. Oh, I know about that, yes. I know about the Boeing office in Kyiv being bombed. So at this point, I have to ask, what was the point of signing this deal? Why was everybody so happy about it? I think I was one of the only people that was, my enthusiasm was not as great about signing of that deal as everybody else's. Everybody else said that it was great, that it was a very good development, that it was a step forward towards peace. I remain skeptical. After all, I am Polish. It is the thing that I do. So Russian troops taken control of the most promising lithium deposit. The deposit just outside of Shevchenko village in western Donetsk was captured in recent days, as Russian forces have sought to gain more Ukrainian territory in its summer offensive. And this is I would say this is a pretty significant development that already parts of the territory that are under the mineral deal with the US have been seized. And what? Is there going to be any reaction? Is the US going to say, hey, Russia, you cannot do that. This is part of the deal. Okay, we have rights to this. What happens to the US rights to this lithium now that it's under the control of Russia? However, the spokesperson for Ukraine's Kortesia group of forces denied that the village was captured, telling the Kyiv Independent on June 27th that while the Russians had pushed the Ukrainian forces out of Shevchenko the day before, the situation is constantly evolving and subject to change several times a day. Lithium, often referred to as white gold, is a crucial component in batteries for electric vehicles, with global demand driving price to a peak 80,000 per ton in 2022, although prices subsequently dropped to 10,000 per ton by 2025. Ukraine's lithium reserves, estimated at 500,000 tons, could be worth billions in the long term, potentially surpassing Portugal's deposits, which are Europe's largest. So as you can see, Ukraine is a pretty big player in the lithium game. And as you can see, Russia seizing this deposit would be a big deal. And as you can also see, it would be a pretty big blow to the so-called mineral deal. So yeah. However, spokesperson for Ukraine's Kortesia group of forces told the Kyiv Independent on Friday that ongoing clashes persist in the village and refuted claims of Russian occupation. Although Russian troops displaced Ukrainian soldiers on Thursday, the situation remains fluid and can shift multiple times per day. The spokesperson Viktor Terubov said. In a 2022 scientific study, researchers Svetlana Vasilenko and Uliana Naumenko from the Ukrainian National Academy of Sciences said that Ukraine has a good chance of becoming one of the world's leading lithium producers. I mean, that's gonna sort of become a pipe dream should Russia take hold of the lithium deposits, which again, a pretty crucial part of the mineral deal, I would think. In May, the US and Ukraine signed a key agreement of the exploitation of Ukrainian mineral resources because it seems like Ukraine does not have the means to mine that lithium, which could tie in Washington's support for the embattled country. Well, spoilers, the deal happened, but the support did not quite happen, which again throws into question the whole point of signing the deal, but let's remain hopeful, shall we? And where did Lucy's Polish skepticism come from? Oh, right, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. True. Well, and many other historical events, but that's neither here nor there. So, key agreement of the exploitation of Ukrainian mineral resources, support Washington's support. The deal established a joint fund to invest in and profit from the exploitation of Ukraine's natural resources, including critical minerals such as lithium, titanium, and graphite. The loss of mineral assets such as those at Shevchenko may affect the deal to exploit Ukraine's natural resources. Do you really think that depriving Ukraine of the rare minerals might actually affect the mineral deal? Wow. Oh, what I never would have thought of that. Mikhailo Zernov, director of Critical Metals Corp, a US company that used to hold a license to exploit the Shevchenko deposit, told the New York Times, if Russian troops go further, capture more and more territory, they will control more and more mineral deposits. It's an issue for this deal. You're seriously telling me that nobody thought of that? That nobody while signing this deal thought, hey, what if Russia takes control of these deposits? What then? This cannot be real. It cannot be that nobody has asked themselves that question before. I don't believe that. Lithium extraction challenges. Ukraine has 4 lithium sites, but none are being mined yet. 2, Płochivske and Dobra, are in the west, away from the conflict. The other 2, Shevchenko and Kruta Balka near the Sea of Azov, are now under Russian control. So 2 out of 4 are under Russian control. Brilliant. Like, that bodes well for the mineral deal. According to Le Figaro, the Shevchenko lithium deposit in Ukraine's Donetsk region, recently captured by Russian forces, is considered the most promising of the country's 4 identified lithium sites due to its high concentration of spodumene ore, which is easier and cheaper to process for lithium extraction. So let me get this straight. The most promising lithium deposit has been captured by Russia. And it goes basically without a whimper, without any echo. Shouldn't the United States be at least a little bit concerned by this development? Shouldn't the United States sort of say, hey, Russia, leave this deposit alone. It's an object of our deal. Shouldn't Trump go to Vladimir Putin and say, hey, this lithium is off limits to you? Me and Ukraine, we've made a deal. We're exploiting this lithium together. No, whatever. It's Russian now. I guess the art of the deal strikes again, as Russia will bit by bit deprive the United States of its deal, of the minerals that it's supposed to get from the deal. Amazing. What an amazing development this is. That's so weird. Let's just process that one more time. So how exactly the mineral deal helps Ukraine to push away Russian forces? Nothing comes to mind. Yeah, because I really have no clue why even Ukraine signed this deal at this point. Like, there was supposed to be support in exchange for the deal. Crickets. In fact, anti-support has been sort of... Oh. In fact, I've seen a lot of anti-support, the diversion of anti-air, the attempt to loosen sanctions. Discussions with Russia about business opportunities. I just don't see it. And now, in addition to this, Russia is just starting to take over territories that have the minerals that are the object of the deal to begin with. This is... and as far as I know, there's been absolutely no reaction of the US to this development, which, by the way, is, again, the United States deal was supposed to, as Trump said, no security guarantees needed. The deal itself is the security guarantee. The deal itself is the security guarantee. Well, it seems not necessarily. I'm gonna Google if there's been any response, any reaction, anything. Trump reaction, Ukraine, lithium. Anything, any reaction? Oh, never mind. No reaction. Trump comments on Putin's words in his address. Huh. Well, that's it. That's it. There is no reaction. No reaction whatsoever. There's silence. So I guess it's time for me to officially declare the mineral deal is a dud. The mineral deal a dud. Okay, that's it for now. How long have we been streaming? I guess I'll do some of the topics later because I still have a few other things to do. We've been streaming for a bit. 4 hours, 41 minutes. So we have this. So I guess I will throw you somewhere to... Oh my goodness, VegCom, my favorite creator. Very unfortunate about the deal. Hope to see you later. VegCom, there we go. Alright, bye-bye. Good night. Or good morning. We'll see you soon. We'll see from which country. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye.